Welcome to our premiere episode of Ghost Reveries of An Domhan, our powered by Zweihander, grim and perilous RPG. Tonight's episode 1, entitled The Baying of the Hounds. An Domhan is a dark, baroque world. It is a world of nations vying for supremacy in some cases, for stability in others, while its denizens seek a life free of the things that stalk around the outside of the firelight. It is a world of disparity, where those who wield great power rarely engage with those who exist day to day, living their lives beneath, sometimes rather literally, the upper classes. Our story focuses on the nation of Brithengal, a nation that was founded some 500 to 600 years prior. A nation that has a very strong faith. A faith so strong that it has manifested in that which propped up the king to begin with, and the king's line. The exalted church. Worshippers pray to a exalted deity, known simply as the Exalted, a god above all. 4 seraphim, prophets who lived before, who were present at the founding of the church, represent the Exalted as its face to its people. The faithful worship them as saints, pray to them, pray to the Exalted as a supreme deity. And the Exalted Church holds much power within the world. Oh, well, within Brithengal and the world at large. Within that church, there are those who have different opinions. Not exactly a Protestant, one would say. They still believe the same thing. They do not fight the dogma so much, but they want answers. They want to know. This group is known internally amongst themselves and externally in whispers as the Resurrectionists. They gained this because it was found that the bodies of the recently deceased could be used as conduits to possibly speak with those that are beyond. The Exalted, the Seraphim, anyone that they could get a hold of using these conduits. They resurrect these people from their recent graves. Take them, apply a manner of science. Not just a manner of science, a science to them, so that they might hear the music of the spheres, as they call it. They seek the word of the exalted directly. So that way, they can affirm their faith. A group of people who do not wish to take the word of the Grand Hierophant as pure law. The Grand Hierophant being of a papal nature. Papal. He's deemed the word of the exalted on An Domhan. An Domhan meaning the world. Resurrectionists feel that any person who walks this world could be considered fallible. So the only way to prove and make sure that you are indeed hearing the infallible is to get it from the source. So that is what the Resurrectionists do. That is why they meet quietly, knowing that their preferences and techniques and philosophies and theories might be considered heretical.
Well,
in some circles. In a few circles. At least. At best, they are a confused lot to those who hear about them. Grave robbers to some. Our players belong to said subsect of the Exalted Church. Before me sits 3 Resurrectionists, each of them finding their way into the church. Some from far-off nations who immigrated, some first or some second generation immigrants, natural citizens of Brithingal, known collectively as Britons, by the way. Some families stretch back many, many generations within this country. But all 3 of them agree that the Exalted Church needs some solid answers that don't just involve reading from a book. Each of them found their way into meeting those of their same philosophical bend. Over time, they came to know each other through the congregation. They've seen each other. They had known each other in passing. In meetings that took place in diocesan meeting halls in the basements of churches after hours, or in the cellars of taverns that agreed with their philosophies. They gathered, they shared their thoughts. They know why they seek these answers. You'll find them out as we play. To let you get to know who they are as they travel the road to a rather dark place, both physically and metaphysically. To carry out a small task that had been requested of them by a benefactor. These 3 walk the road, heading west. They're heading west, into the west. Not into the west, that's a different story. They currently head west from the city capital of Aberdown, heading through the countryside of Brithingal towards a place known only as Rathmarban. A very, very, some would say, accursed place. They've been on the road for about a week so far. They are but a few hours from their last stop before reaching the damned city gates. So I will let them describe who is currently walking down this once well-maintained road, now filled with potholes, and even the stones have been removed from the streets, cobbles missing to create homes, walls, whatever was needed. But they don't have a carriage, so it doesn't bother them. It is simply a cobble road leading towards Rathmarban. And walking down that road, we have... Let us begin with... In the spirit of Zweihander, I'm going to roll randomly. Let's let fate decide. Who is seen on the road? Who do we see on the road first? Let's hear from our natural-born Brithen.
Mr. Stable's probably seen kind of preening over Lady Anya's dress, pulling off a little bit of burr from their time recently in the forest. And like, do you have any care about how you look? Fix this here.
It's fine.
It's gonna rip. And her hands are smoothing over the fabric. They're covered in well-worn leather parts where you think maybe, oh look, cannon coming apart at the seams. But the dress itself, she's very well put together, and she holds herself poised as though expecting someone to be watching her at all times. She's a figure in just a crimson gown, and if you see little peaks when they walk, you can tell she does have a pair of leather breeches on under it, and boots that go well past the knee. But I think one of the things that might stand out is that, aside from the fact that we are remarkably poorly dressed for travel, is that she wears a well-to-do hat with a black veil across her eyes that conceal the fact that in the wrong light, her eyes can look almost blacked out, but in fact they're just wide and big oceans of blue.
Okay. Aha. There it is. We now have our donation tracker.
Yay!
I hope it works.
It's over the... Oh, no, God. It's moving! Real time!
Yeah. Real
Witchcraft.
time. Real time action.
It wasn't me.
Which is... But what?
Speaking of which...
Hi.
Speaking of which...
Oh,
no!
Damn it.
Apprentice Magister, thank you.
Okay, yes, you do have your learner's permit.
Thanks.
You are not a
I'm not
rogue,
totally illegal.
You're not a rogue witch.
No.
But
That might get me burned.
on the other side of this little trio, what do we see?
Well, very pale, long white-haired alien. Not going to say the other word I was going to.
Oh.
Well, we will for the purposes
will.
right
I'm an
now so that people understand. Yes.
I'm an elf, but elf is derogatory. Don't say that.
Yes, in our
Rude.
setting, the terms elf and dwarf are actual derogatory terms for the people who prefer to refer to themselves by their people's name. So if you hear somebody chucking around the word elf or dwarf, they're usually meaning it in a rather mean-spirited and rude way. There are some harsher terms that could be thrown around, but mainly the elf term and the dwarf term are derogatory. Yes, it's updating. Awesome. Cool. Haha. Sorry, I got the
It
bar to work.
works! It lives!
We can track the bar. Currently, we have a $5,000 goal. Let's see if we can get there. That's what we want to do.
Either way, my name is Anya Felimirethan. I am a...
Pronounced very well.
Thank you. I totally haven't practiced all the way my drive home today.
Jesus. We're not nervous, it's fine.
Nope, not at all. I am a initiate Magister. I went to the Academy of Magisters in Brithangol, and I am a second generation. So I have been in Brithangol. My parents have been in Brithangol, but my grandmother still lives in Galia. I'm a aristocrat. I don't like saying it in front of everyone else. Even though I normally pick up the tab when we eat. I really don't like spiders.
Oh god, no, do you not like spiders?
No, last time I almost punched Sieg and it was really funny, but it hurt my hand.
I was okay.
Still,
I know you were.
still relatively young.
Yes.
Because the point to be made here is that our elf and dwarf types, Galian, and we'll get to you, respectively, they are longer lived than the everyday Brithen and some of the other nations that do not share their unique heritage. But they are not immortal. So, probably early 20s?
Mm-hmm. I was actually thinking 23, 24.
Yes, they mature at the same rate. It's just that a Galian might go to maybe 180, 200 years. We'll get to our gent in the middle next. So, she walks with a staff.
I do. It is a staff and it has a orange gem at the top of it. Primarily using as a walking staff because I'm not used to walking this much. I'm so glad I chose something besides heels to wear when we went out. I didn't realize how much walking we were going to be doing. I expected a carriage, but it didn't happen.
Well, you would have had to explain the expenditure to your parents.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of pocket change right now.
And especially...
They don't know I'm doing this.
Yeah.
They think I'm studying.
Yeah, you're on
You're in the
sabbatical. You're doing a personal retreat.
Mm-hmm.
And you were heading west, so, heading towards the old country, heading back towards Galia. That's... Your parents accepted that. But,
They don't know who I'm traveling with either.
Perfectly acceptable company. I don't know what you're implying.
Oh, you're great.
So, let's get to our third member of our traveling troupe. Taking up the middle, walking rather confidently. What do we see?
You see unlike the not as short as you would think, but still slightly shorter, about 5'2", sort of husky, clad in leather armor. He's got like this muddied purple gown, cloth.
Tunic.
He's got some pieces of armor and a pretty worn but sturdy wooden shield, sword at his side, and you just see this Senfad, the dwarf archetype, just sort of marching down the road in his leather boots.
Big clunky boots, stompy boots.
Yeah, big mud imprints on the ground. And
they have a hefty sole.
Oh yeah. So and this is Sig Yarnberg, and he is traveling with these two fine ladies to get some money. But it's also part of the
he was
part of the
congregation.
Part of the congregation. It's Resurrectionist related, so he feels a bit more inclined to participate in this. And it's a little bit dangerous, so he kind of feels like he has some duty to try to make sure that these two are also safe and protected.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now we look presentable, like we're actually being escorted somewhere and not two women wandering on the road.
Well, as their bodyguard. And, well, they didn't come together naturally. As I said, they knew each other from the congregation and the meetings. Hi, my name's Sieg. Hi, Sieg. And I'm a resurrectionist. The three of you were approached by a gentleman named Dr. Obadiah Cyrus, a gentleman with a rather large valet, who is also known in the world at large. Within the Resurrectionists, he is known as Dr. Cyrus. Most people know him as a purveyor of fine meats in one of the districts of Aberdown. He's a butcher. But his attention to detail really goes into the anatomy of all things, all beasts. So he put them all together and requested that they go to Rathmar Ban to acquire something for him. Within the world of An Domhan, there is a material known as orichalcum. It is a mineral that is much prized amongst every culture because it has the unique ability to condense, coalesce, and focus and flow and transmit etheric energies. A sort of magical metal. A mineral. This mineral is used in any application of higher sciences. It is used in the fanciful lights that circle the grand surgical theaters of the learned. The tower at the Academy of Magisters makes great use of it in many aspects. In one of its great, in its most useful form, raw but still formed, in its most useful processed form, it is known as spun orichalcum, a fine wire that can be used to create so many wonderful things and is the basis of any kind of enchantment that might happen within this world. For the most part. There are, of course, outliers and alchemists who toy with other concepts, as well as magisters who know their own tricks for making things happen. But spun orichalcum is how magic is brought to those who can afford it. This is a narrow setting. Everyday people do not. They might see spun orichalcum once in their lives. A magister might have a small bit of it for a personal item. Most spun orichalcum is kept in very controlled places, as it is a rare material, and it is also a volatile material. Mishandled spun orichalcum can cause great cataclysms. There are stories of the great civilization known as Aurelia, who fell under its own hubris. But that's a story for another day. Right now, they're going to Rathmar Ban, seeking spun orichalcum. Now, the reason why Rathmarban, they were told, the reason why Rathmarban is a place where they might find spun orichalcum is that this city was lost. It was lost some decades ago. Its denizens slaughtered or taken by a group of people, they think. Most look at them as savage, evil, demonic things, known as the Maledictori, known as other things to others. They are an accursed element of this world. They consume the flesh of Brythons, of Galians, of Stenfod, anything that they can get their hands on, they eat. They are consummate predators. People tell stories of them as boogeymen, but they are real. They live in the dark places, deep forests, caves, the tunnels in the mountains abandoned by mining expeditions that no longer seek ore in a dry area. They are monstrous. There is no diplomacy that can be had with them, for they truly only wish to eat those who are of the world. Maledictori took this city, decimated it. Almost its the sum total of its population wiped out in a mere month. This is at least the story you've heard that took place 20 years ago. Now it is a dead city. It was known as another name, but now it is Rathmarban, the corpse fort. If you were to translate it from Galian. They say people still live there. It is a city that few go to. The road leading to it is that they travel right now is broken and in disrepair because of the fact that neither Galia could take this location and annex it to their country, it being so close to the border. Galia doesn't want it. Brithingal treats it as an accursed land. The area, the county surrounding it, left to rot. But it was still a city. It had schools of magic at it. It had churches. It had its nobility. It had a grand number of things that would be of wealth to the outside world. Abandoned. Only those who seem to seek treasure, seek riches, or seek delicate items and rare goods might brave the streets of Rathmarban. So that is where they go now. They were given a handful of letters to help them along their way, written by Obadiah Cyrus himself. Each one with a name on it to be presented to an individual once they meet them to receive their aid. On the road ahead of you, you see a carriage station. These are fort-like structures where carriages stop off before heading on to the next city, usually when there's distance between one city and the next. This was just a tavern on the outskirts of Rathmar Ban 20 years ago. Now it is almost a fortified location, having had to deal with maledictori in its time. So a walled tavern, a small structure on the road. And you know that upcoming is exactly what you were looking for. The tavern known as the Perilous End.
Tavern? Okay.
It is a walled tavern. It's almost like a fort. Carriage stations are extremely defendable. They were designed to bring in carriages in the dark wood. Specifically, it's a reference to Germany, the Black Wood. They would set up these as like way stations for carriages to stop at, close the gates behind them, shut the door. That way they could defend their goods, because you would have money traveling from the Schwarzwald, Black Forest. Thank you, Ben Bear, our German representative. In chat.
In Germany?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
That's perfect representative. Our ambassador. There you go.
We just hit the $800 mark. You guys are awesome.
And I think there were bits earlier from
Bits aren't being counted.
from
Although
Zweihander.
Zweihander dropped 6,000 plus bits before.
Did they go
Holy
to
shit.
fortune
No,
or
they didn't. We
misfortune?
hadn't started yet. I hadn't explained that yet.
No.
So,
No.
before you is the it's the most well-kept thing in the area, as decrepit as it is. You think that a good portion of the rocks that were of the cobbles that were taken were used to erect that very wall that is used to defend the Perilous End.
From what side?
All sides.
Okay.
It is a
Yeah.
four-walled tavern. You can see the wooden eaves poking just above the wall. You can see the lanterns on the bright light shining through the light rain that is currently coming down around you. It is misty. It is getting towards dusk, made that much darker by the gray clouds overhead. You had been walking for around 8 hours at this point, traveling along the road since you last met your friend,
Yeah, Alchemist Avery.
a man known simply as Avery, a alchemist who they met on the road, who they had a letter for, who helped them out with a trinket to allow them to find their way. And also a trinket to help them find what they're looking for.
I finished that, by the way, right?
Yes,
Okay.
you're the attunement magic circle whole sequence happened on the road, because it's been 2 days since that.
Oof.
So it is now day 7. You're arriving at the Perilous End. You are wet. No, not soaked. You are damp. It is uncomfortable. Your clothes sticks to your flesh in the most unappealing way. There's nothing attractive about this kind of just moist.
I know
There's-
people that are able to handle this kind of thing in a very specific way, but of course I don't.
No.
So I'm like sulking as I'm walking.
It's a rather uncomfortable slightly chill in the air as it is burgeoning on the 10th month of the year. So, that's autumn, by the way.
Shut up! I was like, okay, September, November. Okay, that's how the.
So it is a cold autumn rain. Now, we're gonna go over a couple of things first before we get full in. We are taking some house rules into Zweihander. By the way, thank you to everybody who has been tossing in donations. We are currently at $8.50 and 29 cents. Because fuck you, Dara, for putting 29 cents in. Dara ruins round numbers.
He's gotta unruin it.
Yeah, come on, guys. Ugh.
So, couple of house rules that
that actually sounds like more of the conversions for.
Really?
Because I think it was, what is it, 11.29 was the conversion for euro.
Yeah.
Huh. Anyway.
Wait, there is somebody else named Dara that donated? Somebody else named Dara from Europe.
Sounds.
Or is somebody being
Cover
cheeky?
A deep fake.
We'll find out.
Or they just named themselves Darren.
We'll find out.
What are the house rules?
So,
Yeah.
house rules. 1, our initiative is using the roster system. This roster system, we found out, if you were watching our interview that I had with Daniel Fox on Tuesday during our Devil's Workshop, is actually going to be in the next game that they're working on. Pretty much all of the house rules that I'm using are going to end up in the next game they put out. And we weren't queued up for that. It was 4 for 4, like, hey, these are the things I'm doing. Well, let me show you the manuscript for the new game that you have not seen nor heard of. Check this out. Holy crap. Awesome.
So get used to them here.
So get used to them here. The roster system involves when initiative is rolled, they are vying for slots on the initiative ladder. Those slots are attributed to them just in case somebody falls in battle, they lose that slot. But on any roster slot in the ladder, they are considered able to activate any person within their party. This goes for the enemy as well. This is used tactically in very interesting ways. It kind of frees you up from the old sequential ladder of you get to go whenever you go. Okay? 2, we are not using the order and chaos corruption system for morality and alignment. We are using a system that is, I had originally toying with names, but we're going to use the names that Zweihander developer Daniel Fox is going to be using in the next game. They are flaws, beliefs, and they will be gaining in, it's called conflict, and it represents their internal conflict to bolster their beliefs, reinforce what they believe in, or give in to a personal flaw that they all have. Each of them has one and the other. This is by design. It is the way we are going to have fun with moral choices and certain other aspects of the game. We're going to be using its mental traumas are going to be acquired as that fluctuates, or they could gain fate points, which are what is used to save them from the worst fates. So that's that. Trying to think our other I've adjusted the magic system slightly, not a lot, mind you. I just adjusted how material components are used, reagents. It is an alchemical thing. It will be fun. It will seem familiar for anybody who's played Witcher. There will be words that you recognize.
Words.
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 Word.
Has nothing to do with the fact I have white hair.
Also, one thing before we get going 100% full bore and these people start role-playing their hearts out. There is a system of fortune and misfortune. Fortune is what they get to use to alter odds in their favor. They are the heroes and protagonists of this story. They should appropriately have something to help them. So, they have fortune. But every time they spend fortune, I get misfortune, which is something that I can use to make their lives a little bit more interesting. Because what would be a story without some, well, obstacles to get over? Every good story has some great obstacles, and misfortune helps me make that happen. This is where the chat comes in. Now we are generating donations. So donations are our goal tonight. Why we have that bar right over here. It is underneath Cassandra. But if you are feeling extra squirrely and you want to affect the game, you can flip fortune or fate. Fortune and misfortune. Every time they spend a fortune, it flips to misfortune. You put in 500 bits and say flip fortune, you get to knock one of their fortune out, and I get a misfortune. But you want to flip misfortune and give some help to the players. You put in 500 bits, say flip misfortune, and it will go over to the fortune side, and I will lose a misfortune. So the chat gets to help or hinder the players as they deem fit. If we get enough going back and forth, I might just increase the pools and just add to the side that you want to flip to. So, you get a say whether you want to increase fortune or increase misfortune, and depending on how the numbers are, I might just add it without taking away, so the fortune pools just get bigger. By the way, if I use misfortune, it leaves the pools entirely. So, that's that. That's some house ruling that we have there. Ahead of you stands the perilous end. The last refuge for travelers, adventurers, treasure hunters, those who wish to risk life and limb in Rathmarban. And it's getting dark. So, the gates you can see from the road ahead sit ajar. They're not completely closed, but obviously once the sun is completely down, those gates will lock and you will have to get past a guard to get inside. So,
do we have a letter for this place?
You have one letter left.
Addressed to anyone specific we know to look for?
It doesn't have, it's the only one without a name.
Oh, yay.
It has something written on it, but it's not somebody's name. It's simply addressed to the good doctor.
I mean, I'm sure we fidgeted with it and been like,
Oh, you've tried to put it to the light, but it's folded over in a trifold within a letter, and it's sealed with the seal of... thank you, Ghoulie, for fixing that. It is now a round number. It is 860. It is sealed with the wax seal of Cyrus's butcher shop. So you haven't been able to read within it.
You don't think he's just gonna be there for us, and it's like he's calling himself a good
like
doctor?
You rushed ahead and used the carriage and passed us on the road, and it's all a big hazing ritual.
I didn't notice him.
No,
I'm sure it's someone different.
Yes, there's plenty of doctors, and I'm sure this place of all of them has good business for them. considering the risks, but we should actually hurry along if we want to get through without having to bribe him to let us in after dark.
Yeah, I
Agreed.
spent a lot. Okay.
So, you approach the gates.
Yep.
You can see moving just beyond the other side the half-inch moist ground squelching beneath your boots. You can see some sealed wax leather cloaked individuals with wide brimmed hats to keep the rain out moving about the interior. They seem to be collecting buckets, moving them under overhangs. It looks like people who have their rain gear on to tend to the outside of the tavern. A rather large open space within the carriage house.
I'm imagining the Three Musketeer episode where they're all in the rain and the hats and everything was so beautifully.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for evoking the image directly that I really, really wanted to evoke.
Yeah.
Congratulations, success.
Inside, these individuals, there's maybe 3 or 4 of them, they mill about. One of them actually starts walking to the gate as you walk up. As he gets to the gate, about to put a hand on the bolt, you're not trying to hide, are you?
No. We're like, oh, no, please don't.
Oh, he stops, lifts up his head, and you can see a long drawn face, wrinkles, probably somebody that's been working here for a while. Oh, come inside, quick then! As he pulls the gate open a little bit more to allow you through.
Your chair's on my skirt.
Oh no!
Thank you.
So the ladies lift their skirts, and
They have been lifted.
they have been lifted. Yes, they've been rolled under. There's the idea that ladies always let their skirts drag along the ground was not a thing.
No.
They were specifically designed to be rolled under in certain ways. So,
They also had pockets historically.
yes,
Jealous.
Yeah.
As
They
you-
had it. We lost it.
as you get inside, you can see to the right and left, you can see a stable where several horses rest, an open stable. The walls themselves offering quite a bit of shelter, so not requiring a completely sealed stable. But it's got an overhang, some with posts separating each small stall.
And we have no use for a stall right now.
You can see 3 or 4. You can see 4 horses. If you wish to investigate further to see what shape they're in, you can give it a closer look. But right now, you do see 4 brown and black. No, 1 brown, 3 black draft horses in there, and you see an uncoupled carriage parked nearby. It's a covered carriage. It's not a full coach, though. And it has seen better days. It might have been picked up at an auction of a noble house when they had recently gotten a new one, or... it doesn't have any insignia on it from what you can see. It's just a bare... You would call it black, but it has chipped pieces of where the paint is flaking away. A deep weathered brown wood beneath. You can see the cushions on the coach seat. It has cushions, for one. On the coach bench is kind of torn. One of them it looks like it's had the stuffing completely just pulled out of it, out of just frustration. The other side a little bit more raised, but it still has a few spots where you can see looks like cotton sticking out. And it sits just near the stable. To your left, you can see a covered well. Not capped, but a standard cover with a crank. And a bucket nearby. There's a gentleman currently pulling out a bucket of water from it, manning the large two-handed crank to turn it over. You can hear it clunking away as it turns. The building before you has white stucco walls and deep brown beams to support the stucco, and just below those beams is about 3 feet of stone. What one might refer to as Tudor-style buildings in our world. In An Domhan, this is the standard building practice of the standard architectural design of the middle to upper class of Britons. The lower classes make whatever the fuck they can. Usually there's a lot of wood involved, but a stone and spackled home. This was built by somebody with money at some point. It is not in great repair. There are portions where the stucco is gone and you can see the wood beneath. It needs a respackling, that's for sure. Some of the beams, cross beams that are used to support the first floor are kind of missing. It has eaves that the second floor kind of sticks out a little bit beyond the first. A technique that led to structural stability, but it gave a smaller footprint to the house, to the building below. Hi, I've done a lot of research on the architecture of certain cities. Yeah.
Have you?
Yep. You
Wikipedia
must.
is a dangerous place.
You must. With the door, a single door with a large ring for a handle. The 4 people inside, after you get past the gentleman at the front, he closes it behind you, and 2 of them carry a rather large beam studded and braced with iron that they place in reinforced slats. You hear the heavy thud as it goes into place. You know you are definitely in for the night, unless you decide to start climbing.
That's comforting.
Yeah, it is. I don't think anything could get past that.
Yeah, let's get into the tavern, and maybe, since there's a well, you might actually be able to have a bath before we walk off to our death this week.
Not that.
You mean this wasn't enough?
Well,
Who needs a bath? It rained.
I require soap.
well, I think that might be asking for a bit much, but we'll try. And make our way along. Let's just see if they have enough space that is more than the stables. Yes? Come on.
And find this doctor.
So, heading in, who's opening the door? Sieg was in the middle at the front, but
Curious as ever.
Anya decides to just skip on past in her youthful exuberance.
I want to get out of the rain and mud, and I want to get somewhere warm.
It's got a pull latch, so as you put your hand on the ring, you pull down and you can hear the metal on the inside lift, and you push through. Inside, you see a rather well-appointed tavern. It's got its homey charm to it, a rustic value, one might call it. All the furnishings are wood, not lacquered though.
Splinter territory. Sit with
It
care.
looks like it's been sanded down.
Oh, okay.
There might be a few chairs that could be questionable for a tuchus, but for the most part, it looks tuchus.
Wow.
It's a good term. That is a Yiddish word.
Yeah.
So you see a bartender, a tavern innkeeper, what have you, standing behind the bar that is stretching across from you, facing the door. Behind it, many a cask rest. Some you can see on posts and an arch built over the bar. There are hooks and many empty hooks. This tavern once probably saw many customers. Now, scattered throughout all the hooks, you can see tankards hanging. Maybe 40 tankards and twice as many empty hooks. All within reach of the rather large innkeeper. He's tall, burly, a horseshoe ring of hair. He might have seen war at some point, or at least seen a very rough life, because you can see the beginnings of a scar on his neck that head down below his rather simple tunic. He has an apron on, cloth apron. He seems to be wiping down a rather clean bar top.
Oh.
His facial hair is done in the style of... it's kind of an antiquated style. It might make a comeback, you never know. Curled at the edges. Rather large. But you can see the wax wasn't very fine wax. The beard comes down and curls up and around to match the mustache curl.
Oh, powerful.
It is cut at the sides, where mutton chops sit, leading up into the ring of hair that goes behind his back.
Oh, that's an aura.
Back of
That's
his
a
head.
powerful aura.
Wow, that's why this place is safe.
This man.
His the sleeves are rolled up. He has rather taut forearms, leading more thought to that military experience or a very, very rough life. He looks up as you walk in. Oh, fantastic. Come on in. Any seat. And as you look around at all of the tables, it's rather empty. It's a traveling kind of thing.
It could be worse. It could be filled with people making a ruckus. Unsavory sorts. I'd rather an empty place.
It is known as the Perilous End, after all, and only those heading to Rathmar Band, and there could be rushes, and there could not be rushes. But he makes enough to keep this place going, or at least stocked. You did notice a small garden on your way in, so it's not like he couldn't be self-sufficient if he wanted to. But make some coin by serving beer and wine to travelers.
If it's unclaimed by Galia and Brithengold, does that mean he pays no taxes to a lord for his land?
A tax collector would have to show up.
Yeah! I see the cleverness in his plan.
So, yeah, the county, what it was kind of dissolved. The house that had it, well, the count and countess were in the city when it fell.
Oh. They're in pieces somewhere.
So maybe he's got a pretty sweet deal when it comes to home ownership right now. And he's got some friends to help him out in the yard. So a small family could easily take care of this place. Out in the woods, on the road to Rathmarban. He gestures widely to any seat. Wine, beer. Making a
Wine
general
For me
gesture.
would be great. Also, we're hoping to set up for rooms for the night.
That can easily be arranged. I have one left.
You're full?
Wine, please.
Oh my god, see, he's being sarcastic.
I have many rooms. Wine.
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 Please, thank you.
You look like a beer man.
Whatever's least expensive.
Oh.
Treat yourself.
You could order nothing.
You'll have beer.
Thank you.
Be wherever you are in a moment. He turns around, he starts taking down flagons. Not a special wine glass to be seen. It's just a drinking vessel. Wooden. A handle looks like it's there not for lifting, but for just putting it on the hook. It's a small loop on the side. You're not fitting a finger through it.
As he's kind of preparing our drinks, Mr. Sable will kind of pipe up and be like, sorry, your rooms being as open as they are, have you had anybody come through here? Maybe someone educated, a doctor or physician?
As he's pouring things out, he says, strange fellow did come through here.
But he's gone, he's passed?
No.
Oh.
He's still here.
Oh, that's
As I said, I have rooms. He decided to take the basement. Said he liked it cooler down there. It's getting chilly anyway. I don't understand why.
Well, Anya, that's good news, yes? Maybe that's who we're looking for.
Knowing what I know about doctors, probably a good thing that it's cold.
Oh, I just figured how many of them are coming through this way. Statistically, I just assumed it was who we were looking for.
So
Probably good.
we're going down to the basement then.
I'm getting my wine. I don't know what
Drink
you're...
first.
Okay, thank you.
Cool. We're gonna warm up a bit. Maybe see where we're gonna stay.
There is a decent fire going.
Can we sit by the fire? I promise not to light my clothes on fire.
I can't fix that if you do.
That's hopefully a simple promise to make.
You would hope.
Walking over, he's carrying two of the tankards flat in the palm of his hand. His fingers able to get to the other side of the tankard on one, and the tankard just tipping over the side of the heel of his hand. That's how big his hands are. The other one grasps simply. He walks over, holds out the beer for Sieg, picks up one wine, hands it to Anya, and holds his hand out the other for Sable.
I'm gonna go upstairs and get my thing.
Get your actual tank. Do it at the break.
I'll do that at the break too.
So,
I won't.
it's of middling quality. It's not a great year. It's a local wine. It's probably not even...
Have I had worse?
Yes.
Good.
It's not dysentery water, so cool.
You're used to much better quality, though.
I know, but it's just, have I had worse?
Yes,
okay,
you've had worse because one time when you were visiting your grandmother, your cousin brought his own attempt at wine.
Your family's
And
no craftsman, huh?
he did not harvest the right grapes, and it was a sour brew. Well, not brew.
Mm.
The sour fermentation. It had foam on it.
Oh, God.
Wine had foam?
Mm-hmm.
Did you have
Okay.
food poisoning?
Is that what that was?
Are you sure he didn't try to make a beer?
I don't know anymore. I have no clue. I've decided not to ask him about it because then he might think I was interested in make more.
Oh, I see the peril in this.
Yeah.
So, has the barkeep gone back to wiping down his clean bar after serving us, or is he
After serving you, he's actually walked behind the bar, and it looks like he's collecting keys. He turns around and shouting from across the tavern, "Will you be having one room for the lot of you, or would 2 rooms? I do have a third if you wish to each have your own, but you'll have to pay for them individually."
I could do 3 rooms.
3 rooms? Very
Honey,
good.
Money does not fall. Two's just fine.
We're probably gonna go through some fun stuff later, right? So might as well get comfy and get a good night's rest. We're not sleeping on the ground tonight, so my treat.
Well, if it's the ladies' treat, who would say no?
I want a bed.
3 rooms of our own.
He walks over. 3 keys in his hands, each one with a wooden toggle kind of attached to it. You know, so it's easy to find. On a ring. And let me see here. Lodging. Commodities. That's a good... Oh, lodging and tavern. Haha! Look at that. Oh, this book is so well laid out.
Are there bookmarks in the PDF?
Yes.
Yes.
Fantastic bookmarks in the PDF.
Listen, that's a quality of life thing I cannot do without.
There's... I am suspect of bookmarked PDFs. Zweihander does it right. You guys are on top of your shit. Let's see here. A night. Okay. This is, each night paid up front, 1 silver a night.
Okay.
He holds his hands out, awaiting shillings.
I'll give him 3.
Takes them, rolls them over in his hand, looks at the markings on them. Oh. Coming from the city, I see. Puts them in the front of his apron. You hear it jingle against nothing. It just rolls down cloth. He says, do you wish me to be announcing you to downstairs, or...
Oh, goodness, no. Not, I don't think that would be
He did
necessary.
request that he be left alone unless it was an emergency, so... He also paid extra for that.
Well, has he come up for food at all yet?
Yes, he already came up. He collected a
Nice.
small cheese and bread plate that I put together for him. He said he didn't need warm food.
Sorry, that was an out of character. Ooh, cheese and bread!
I actually kind of want
He
cheese
took
and bread
some...
now.
But cold cheese and bread, not hot cheese and bread.
Who has
That's
hot
fondue.
cheese and bread? That's a grilled cheese!
That's fondue.
Oh, cheese is fucking great.
You can have fondue. That's fine.
Anyway.
What is basically a charcuterie board.
That sounds delicious.
And a weak beer. Beers are usually served either full beer, or you can ask for a weak beer, which is basically it's like the 3rd or 4th running. It's called Potter's beer. It's usually the barkeep holds onto it for themselves. It lets them drink potable water. It makes sure it has enough alcohol in it that it's sterilized.
Yeah.
But it's not. It's barely like 2% alcoholic. So it takes a lot to get yourself shit can in the bag. Fucking drunk. You got to drink a barrel to yourself. It takes a while. So it's usually drank by those who consider themselves I don't want to say teetotaler, because that's entirely lacking alcohol. You can do the same thing by pouring a little wine into water and then slurrying it around. But he decided to go with a Potter's beer, meaning he's not looking to drink. He just wanted a little bit of flavored water.
Well, if he's already had something to eat, it's less likely for him to come up. We might as well just disturb his night then. We need to deliver that letter.
You can see old Aurelian numerals, Roman numerals, etched onto your keys. It's a simple enough numeral system that it's still used by a lot of people if they're not using the more Ibrahim-inspired numeral system, which is the one we refer to as the Arabic numbers.
So, do we want to finish what we're doing, have some food, and then go down?
It's fine enough for me. Get dry enough that we're presentable so that we can go bother this poor soul.
So spending about a half hour in front of the fire, warming yourselves, undampening. In that time, some of the hands that were done outside come in, shaking off their rain slicks, throwing them on hooks by the door. You see two women, an older, matronly-looking woman, and a younger woman. You think the only thing giving away what you would guess to put you in that direction is a more generous breast than a man. Other than that, they have very short hair. They're wearing slacks and a tunic, and they actually walk with a rather stern gait. Somebody who's worked a lot. And then finally, the gentleman that you saw originally, an older fellow, drawn in the face. Soon as he comes in, the man behind the bar, the innkeep, looks. Peter, do me a favor. Set up 1 through 3. Make sure they're clean. They didn't pay for the rats. The one that you immediately look to, wearing the men's attire, nods. Right, Pa. Heads upstairs. They grab a broom on their way up. The stairs leading to a second floor that seems to be just behind the second floor. So the way the bar was, how I said it was an overhang, the stairs go up and it looks like the hallway is literally right above the bar. They make a quick left on the other side of the stairs as they head up with their broom. You can see to the left of the bar, same wall as where you're, well, not the same wall. The same wall as the bar is on, so it's facing you. But the same side where the fireplace is, where you've been warming yourselves, you can see a door that probably leads down to the wine cellar. The older man walks over, puts on an apron, looks to the big fellow. Robert, what are they looking to eat anything? He actually looks over to you. Oh, they hadn't said yet. What would you be looking for?
Does that treat include a meal?
I want something besides rations.
That would be a great kindness.
You can go, we prefer continental, wine, bread and cheese. Or if you wish, you could have some of the stew that we have going on in the back. We just got the meat in the other day. It's slightly aged from the cellar. Good stuff, though.
Yep.
Are you going to be paying for all of this?
I just said it would be attached to the treat.
Okay.
Fine then. I'll collect that on your way out.
Okay.
He walks over. He picks up a pencil, jots down on a small pad that's behind the bar, and nods over. Ruprecht, go ahead. The older man makes his way to an open Where the stairs go up, there's an open kitchen door. It looks like no door actually on it, just an open pathway, and you can see the dim light burning in the back, and you can hear the sound of plates, or at least trenchers being prepared.
Well, if it's gonna be a little bit before we can do that, do we want to head down?
Yeah. Do that now. I'm dry enough.
As we'll ever be. And I'm sure tomorrow, if it's just as misty, this will be a return to our natural state for a while.
Ugh.
As you stand up to head towards the cellar, Rupert looks over at you. Oh, do you want me to bring it up to your rooms then? I'll put it under I'll put it under something, make sure it stays warm for you.
Yeah, that would be great.
It'll be on your nightstands then.
Thank you.
Appreciated.
Well, you're all of 4 guests that I have, and one does not seem to be wanting to be tended to, so I might as well put my efforts to something.
Thank you.
He starts going about now that he has something extra to do. He's assembling a platter, it looks like, as you head towards the door. And are you knocking, heading downstairs? What are you doing as you get to the door?
Is it a door that goes to the basement where then there is a door where he is?
No, there's a door. It's just the door next to
Okay.
the bar right now. Is all you're heading to.
Well, if that's his room, I wouldn't want to just barge in.
Yeah, that would be very rude. We might see something we don't want to see, so let's knock.
Okay. You knock. Make our first roll
Oh no.
of the game.
What am I rolling?
Make a perception awareness test.
At what difficulty rating?
This is going to be a routine difficulty test.
Okay.
So, for those of you who want to learn about Zweihander, oh boy. And Klug has made sure that we start off with, by giving me some access to misfortune.
If you want to explain that, I will be right back.
Okay. All right.
Klug!
I need to rename this quickly because I need to be able to pick that out
All
really
the
easy.
time I helped with your channel.
I
This
don't
is
understand what's happening.
fortune points. We got
By
our.
the way, everyone, this is a character whose lowest stat is perception.
So the way the stats work. Thank you for bringing them up.
Segway.
These are done using percentiles. They cannot read that at all. It is completely blown out.
Alrighty.
We have very good lighting here, but it is designed for faces, not for paper.
It was an attempt.
Oh, I have 2 misfortune points now before we've even gotten started.
Do they realize that if we use fortune, it becomes misfortune?
They'll find out.
I think it was explicitly stated.
I was
was
stated that it
stated.
does that. But I had none before, so they're giving me a small pittance. Me, the humble GM storyteller. Whoa, Krang! There is an exchange rate, don't worry about it.
I can't see it. It's too
I
small.
can't see it.
159.83.
Holy
Oh my goodness.
shit.
I think that's 150.
Nickel.
Up Deep wants to make sure. So from now we're gonna start. So you have 6 fortune right now. It's going to be flipping. Anytime fortune or misfortune is given, it's going to be moving it from one pool to the other. So if they give you fortune, I lose a point. But if they give me misfortune, you lose a point.
Oh,
So we're gonna see from here. We're over 1,000. By the way,
oh my goodness.
we are over 1,000 for the ACLU. We are 1/5 of the way towards our goal. We want to raise 5,000. By the way, everybody, we're also contributing our max viewer count. So get people in here. We are donating that. It is going to be also matched by Zweihander's creator and lead designer, Daniel Fox. Fantastic individual. So, this is all going to... We broke 1,000.
What?
We are at $1,029.83.
That's the most eventful piss I've ever had.
Congratulations.
Wow.
But again, like I said, get people in here. Get your friends. Get people who don't know what the hell is going on. Have them come in and watch.
Get your enemies.
Get your enemies.
Yeah, get people you hate in here.
Sign up your grandma.
Yeah.
I heard your aunt wants to try Twitch.
Make sure they have a Twitch account though, because for it to count, they need to have an account to get in here. Holy shit, we're giving a great. I'm so excited to be giving this much to a great cause. I've always liked the ACLU, but it is super important right now. So okay, so dice rolling is percentile based in this system. Difficulties adjust their stats, so their stats are literally a percentage number. So, for example, a low character's perception, somebody who put no points into perception.
It's a 28.
It's a 28.
So I have to roll under a 28 in order to succeed.
Normally, but this is a routine test, which means it's a little bit easier.
Yep.
So, you are adjusting your base chance. So after you find out your base chance, which is your the percentile of your stat, plus 10 for every skill rank you have in that skill that is being used. So it is a perception test, which is the perception stat. Awareness is the skill being used. So anybody have awareness? Aha! So
Don't look too excited.
what is your base perception?
Well, my base perception would have been a 40. Then it would have become a 50 with awareness.
Well, that's base chance.
Yeah.
So that is the base chance. That is how you find out what your normal roll would be. And then I adjust it with difficulty and situational modifiers. The difficulty is routine, which it makes it easier. So you increase that number by 10, meaning you have a 60% chance. Final chance.
It seems favorable enough.
So, everyone, roll your percentages. And what did you get?
We did.
Failure.
Oh my god.
Failure.
Success.
Ho! Sieg!
Yes!
Sieg, paying attention.
I rolled a 12.
Good job, Sieg.
Yeah, I rolled an 86.
By the way, fun fact. Criticals happen on doubles. So if you pass the test and you rolled a double, critical success. If you failed the test and rolled a double, it is a critical failure. And things will happen. So,
Good times. Good times.
Sieg,
Yes.
With your...
What?
here's grumbling, some slamming
The basement.
from the basement. And it seems kind of distant, but you're able to hear. How dare! So not to middle. And then everyone hears.
I think he's coming up.
Stomping up the stairs. The door opens, and you thought the man at the front gate was gaunt. There is more long to this man's face than there is wide. His cheekbones are aggressive. His cheeks moving in and then hanging from the bones as curtains might. Thin, angry, small mouth, held tight. You wouldn't know he had lips. It is simply a slash across his face. His eyes are a beady, squinted, intense stare you would assume he had no color to his eyes, if not for the occasional glint of blue when he moves side to side. They are almost ice, and they stand out just slightly from his slightly yellowing whites, with a little bit of bloodshot veins running through his eyes. His nose is a slicing fin. You're fairly sure it adds aerodynamic capabilities to his face. You can see spider veins crawling across it, red spots where the capillaries burst towards the surface, creating an almost crimson net across his nose that travels down across his cheeks. His skin is paper. You can see almost every vein beneath his skin, a prominent one on his brow. His hair, a receding curl, a curved hairline of slicked back, onyx, pitch black hair. Where it is growing on the receding hairline, it is still thick, though. It is not thinning. It is just matted down flat. And you're fairly sure, Sieg, you succeeded. You're fairly sure that whatever he uses has a blackness to it. Ye olde die. The only thing that gives that away is that he does have a little bit of a stubble. As it looks, he might have been trying to be shaving, because there's a little bit of...
Oh.
There's a little bit of cream on his earlobe. And it doesn't look like he has gotten to his mustache region, as there's a slight shadow on his upper lip, mostly salt and pepper. This beak sticks through the door. I thought I told you. Oh. You're not the innkeeper. He didn't tell you that you should not disturb me. I hope you are looking for wine.
Oh, no, I believe we were looking for a physician.
I happen to be one. Are you ill? I do charge.
As you should. But no, we are... Was there any way for us to know how, like, is there a call sign, a motto, something to, without revealing ourselves, a way to find out, like, are you who we're looking for?
We can use that as a test, actually, to see if you can
goody.
get across who you belong with.
Mm.
That will be...
That's about butcher.
It's going to be a fellowship test.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
We'll go with guile. Let's see how clever you are about getting your words out there. It is a routine guile test.
Are we all rolling for this, or just Sable?
Sable's doing the talking.
This wouldn't would my social standing come into play at all?
You are of the same... Well, that's for me to decide,
yes.
Also. But you are a burger class, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
No adjustments.
Okay. Alright. So... 55
There are 3 social standings. There is lowborn, burger, and noble, or highborn. There are certain talents that give bonuses for some people dealing with those outside of their classes. So that's why Sable was inquiring as to his social class.
But she's sharp without it. I have a success.
A success. Good. You know that you could probably call yourselves seekers of the true word, devout to the cause, followers of, there is a saint that is the saint of knowledge that was
Not the
canonized after she was burned at the stake.
Well,
And that is Saint Bridget. So, followers of Bridget. She is a knowledge and martyrdom are her two saint areas, you could say. Her domains, if we were to use a D&D term.
we're not ill, but we are looking for those to discuss matters of St. Bridget. And we had thought maybe you would be someone who would be able to help us with that.
He eyes you a little, somehow squinting harder, his eyes almost vanishing within the deep-set shadows of his brow. Yes. Fine then. Follow me down. He just starts walking away from the door. He doesn't open it further. He just walks away from the door and starts heading down.
Is this gonna be long?
Depends on how fast you talk. He screams up from the stairs without looking back.
Zig starts to like just follow him downstairs and like if we don't hurry, the food will get cold, so let's make this quick.
Man with priorities.
Yes.
Door opens and you head down. It's one of those empty stairs. It's there's no backing to the steps. A simple slat and rail style stairway.
The ones that gave me nightmare on my farm.
There you go.
Yep. Someone's definitely gonna grab your ankle here. It's fine.
The walls continue on either side of you, but then you start to see pillars. The supports for the house, the foundational supports, dotting along the way, leading out and opening up into a rather cool, almost chilly, dirt floor cellar. It's a little bit shorter than the 10-foot tall ceilings above. Looks to be maybe a 8-foot ceiling tops, but it's made shorter by the exposed horizontal beams.
Thanks for that, basement. So immersive.
Well, thought I'd bring you into the scene.
I wish I was as cool as this basement right now.
You can see many casks. Not. There's enough space underneath in this cellar to hold a far greater quantity of wine and beer than what is currently being stored down here. You can see they are sectioned off into different areas, and you do another routine perception test down here for everybody.
So just awareness?
Yeah, perception awareness, routine, so plus 10.
Nope.
Success.
Okay.
Failure.
Failure.
You can see that there's even some harder stuff down here.
Oh, they were holding back on us.
You notice that there is a cognac from Berthengall on a shelf behind one of the casks of wine.
Oh, see, you're gonna want to make friends here. Be kind to our innkeeper.
Cognac is a warm Berthengall drink.
Oh, but I think he'd
It's
appreciate
very
it.
refined, whereas the Skanska prefer their meads, beers, and occasionally they might have a very straight, clear, almost flavorless beverage coming from the colder portions to the far north, known as vodka. or in the south occasionally called Puchin as they get closer to Galian borders, or at least the borders of the God's Eye inland sea, where it is shipped across to all the other nations that they are not land connected to. Geography. I do have, by the way, I do have maps to be sharing with everybody. There's, like I said, it's developed. Tolkien was a linguist. I'm not a linguist, so I use a lot of real-world languages. I'm 100% naked inspiration when it comes to that stuff. Actually, I'm naked inspiration across the hall. If you want to know what something was inspired by, I'll tell you. I went more anthropological and geographical with my creation. Not poutine, poutine. Poutine, it's a type of, it's Irish potato. It's basically Irish vodka is what poutine is. So.
The only reason I know that is because of the YouTube video.
I know who you're talking about. So. Yes, very naked inspiration. As you get down there, though, you notice that there's a rather simple X-frame cot in the basement. It looks foldable, like a camping cot. Like it might have been a pair of X's and a couple of poles with some fabric stretched across it. It has a meager pillow on it. Burlap pillow. And a blanket that looks like it could probably be used to scrub pots.
Oh.
That quality of wool. In contrast, on the table opposite is a rather finely appointed alchemy set. A small burner. It's not a candle. It is a small jar with a flame producing from a metal fixture. Small dial on the side. A flask sits upon it, bubbling away. A yellow liquid within it.
Do I know anything?
Well, there's a few things on the table. Let's see what you pick out. There's a small pile of what looks to be white powder. Could be rough salt. But there are many things that have a crystalline structure and happen to be either white or clear.
Okay.
You can see a couple of bundles of different herbs, flower bulbs that have yet to blossom in autumn. They look to be possibly dried. You recognize the bundles from a particularly held style previously. They might have been acquired from Avery.
Do I still have any of that left? Because he gave us a few leaves and we only needed...
You have, let's see, you have 2 dose, so 2 applications of the, specifically, of the, not the alum. The alum and the rubedo were used. But you still have full rubedo for your casting stuff. The other ingredients, you still have 2 of each. So the
Wild tallow?
Yes, and the tallow. The wild.
It's also, I was mistaken. It wasn't rubedo. It was albedo.
Albedo.
The alum.
Alum. Yes. So you that got used. The tallow, you have 2 doses of. The Kingsleaf.
Kingsleaf and cold iron.
Cold iron, you have 1 dose of the cold iron dust left, and the Kingsleaf, you have 2 sprigs, which could be used
Okay.
as well.
Thank you.
They're alchemical ingredients.
Making
Keep
myself
notes,
a-
folks. I wrote recipes. There's a recipe system in this game. So you can see that he has bundles of what look to be give me one moment. I can actually look up exactly what they are. Here it is. Give me the formula, you piece of shit. There it is.
Give me the Krabby Patty secret
It looks
formula.
like he has aloe, some rhubarb root, a pile of seeds that you think might be angelica, and let's see. It's confection democratis.
Sounds uncomfortable.
Helen's root. You see fennel seeds. You're noticing that the white is chalk. And then some smaller amounts of roots. Looks like a little bit of pepper. Camphor. A pile of fungus. And the boiling mixture has a faint alcoholic smell to it. It might be a spirit of some kind. It looks like it's been going for a while, as he has been steeping what you notice to be an herb bag in it. Herb bag is basically a free-form tea bag. That's all it is. There's also several other things. Make an alchemy test.
Difficulty?
This will be challenging. As it's a recipe, you're not 100% used. You might not be used to this. So this is a challenging alchemy test. Failure. Okay, you're not 100% sure, but he's dissolving something into a tincture of some kind. You're not 100% sure what it is.
I have not rolled below a 90.
But there are some nice aromatics involved. You think you can smell myrrh? It's a very strong aromatic. But all of this bubbles away on the table. And as you get a full look at him, you can see what he's wearing. He has a shirt that had a rather clean cravat to it. It has seen better days. He wears a waistcoat. A timepiece chain hangs from from a hip pocket. No, not hip pocket. Belly.
Vest?
No.
Vest pocket?
The lower vest
Okay.
pocket. It hangs from across and connects to one of his buttons. It has seen better days. The front of it looks to be misfortune has been added.
Oh. Well.
Which means it's 5 and 3.
It's now 5 and 3. Because I've generated enough that I'm no longer... Now the pool is being adjusted. So, it looks like it was maybe a form of... You've seen worn velvet before, where there's little patches that just don't shine the way the rest does. At one point, it looked like it was maybe nice, a black velvet, but you can see brown at the shoulders where it connects, the back being made of some kind of maybe soft leather. His pants are pinstripe. They flare out a little bit at the knee just before going into a tall pair of riding boots. Silver buckles secure those boots to his calves. Calf-high riding boots. Just below the knee. His sleeves are rolled up, as he seems to have been working on what have you that was on the table. A belt secures his sleeve guards. You know what I'm talking about.
Like the garter?
Sleeve garters.
Yeah.
Hold up his sleeves.
The ones I wear here.
Mm-hmm. A rather high collar on the vest.
Ooh.
Folds over, giving it kind of a peaked look as it comes down to touch his collarbones. And you notice that it all seems to be, it hasn't seen a laundering in quite a few days, months.
Oh no.
It's dirty. It's dirty. He's been traveling in these, but he definitely seems like the type of guy who will clean it when he thinks of it, but he tends to be distracted by other things easily. So, obviously you are with our faith. As Resurrectionists, what can I do for you?
Oh, well, I think we actually have a delivery for you.
Oh, delivery. I wasn't expecting anything particular.
Lady Anya?
I pull it out of my bag and hand it over, and I'm just staring down the table of alchemy stuff.
Oh, big eyes. Big eyes on you right now. Pass the letter across.
He takes it, looks at it. Oh.
A lot of people seem to have that response when we hand them these letters. I can't help
He hasn't
but
even
notice.
opened it yet. He's looking at the good doctor. You arrive as dark wings. Breaks open the seal, opens up the envelope, pulls out the trifold paper, starts reading. His face gets sharper and angrier
Oh dear.
as he looks. Finally, he looks up at you and says, "Fine. My name is Klaus Seibold. You can call me Doctor. And it looks like we all get to die together." And that is where we're going to take our break.
Oh, I love his sour disposition.
Oh no.
That's
I
our
love the
break.
girls.
This is a time where we all take about 5. So we left off in the cellar of the Perilous End with the good doctor, who made himself known as Klaus Seibold, said, "Ah, so you've come here so we can die together."
No.
It's very jarring when I'm no longer the pessimistic one. What
He
does the letter say?
holds up the letter and he says, "Well, obviously, if I am to travel with you into that damned accursed place," this explains it. He throws the letter into the dust on the floor. "Of course, I wasn't here to put together a medica for anyone who came through. Why would he ask me to come out here as a favor for that? Oh, of course, no, it got rid of that debt that I owed him. Of course. Now, I am to eradicate the rest of my debt. I am to travel with you into the city." "Why are you going into the city?" "'Cause, as I said, going to die seems to be the only good thing I can think of."
Well, we were certainly hoping to not die, because that would make it very difficult to bring back the item that we were sent to acquire.
Ah, so he wants something.
Yeah.
What is it that is so important that he would risk my life
Oh,
to go get?
I'm still like half crouched by the alchemy table, just looking at everything, not touching anything. But I'm not gonna look at him as I just go, fun or alchemy.
He looks over at you. Watch yourself, elf.
Excuse you.
Hands off.
I'm not touching it.
Well, keep your nose out of my business, and I'll be more polite.
What exactly is your business?
My business is that of surgery. I'm a doctor.
Well, if you cared about our welfare to send us with a physician, but hopefully we will have no need of your services if we do this cleverly.
And I'll make sure that hopefully not all of us die, but if you're concerned about your own well-being, I can make sure that you don't die, if that's important.
Can you really make that offer?
I have made it a business of mine to not die and aid others in not dying as well. Although I must say my interest lies more in how we all work than it is preserving all life. But it just so happens that I learn more by keeping everybody in one piece. So, whatever it is we're doing together, collecting, you've yet to say.
Yep, she did.
She did? She said spawn or calcum?
Yes, in a delightful sing-song voice.
And then he called me an elf.
Yes. And then
He was paying attention. He was looking at you more, messing with thinking you were messing with his table. Nah, well, spun orichalcum is a rather delicate and valuable item. How much was he expecting you to come home with?
Lady Anya, did he specify?
Did he?
3 spools worth.
3 spools.
3 spools. 3 spools worth.
Okay.
What is he planning on doing? Lighting up the entire district?
We didn't really ask the question so much as...
Well, obviously, I'm the one meant here to be thinking. It seems to ensure that you won't be dying.
And we appreciate that help.
Fine. This eradicates my debt entirely, it seems. Although, I hate that he uses such means to get what he wants.
Mistress, why does Dr. Cyrus have so many people in debt to him?
Very good question.
I know why I'm in debt. Other people get their own.
And I'm guessing you aren't going to share why.
Why would I?
Good point.
Maybe. If I was very drunk and I knew you were sedated, I might think about telling you.
Oh,
But for now, all I know is that you need to remain alive to get 3 spools of spun orichalcum. You might as well have said to go get the testicle hair of the paladin himself. But fine. 3 spools of spun orichalcum it is.
So, I guess we'll head off then in the morning.
Yes, that seems like the best time. They say the residents like to stay indoors during those times.
How familiar are you with the area?
Mildly, I've done some reading. There was a treatise written about the events that happened here recently that was passed around educated circles. I wouldn't expect it were made into your hands. But it did mention that there might be those who still attempt to make life worth living inside those city walls. The population is much smaller now, so obviously it's much easier for them to tend and care for themselves, not needing many in the way of provisions. It was a population of close to 20,000. It's now a population of what they guess to be 100. I don't know if the gentlewoman that wrote the treatise actually walked the streets or is just doing a big guess. But as far as I'm concerned, it's the closest thing to reliable information that I have about that cursed pile of bricks.
Well, I ask only because I would like to avoid just going through block by block looking for what we need, but
No.
we could assume it could be found in certain places, yes.
Yes, there are maybe 2 places I can think of that you might find that quantity of spun or calcum. 3 spools. The first is it may be found within the Cathedral of Rathmarban. It was called something else now. That's all it can be known as. The county, the count who owned and lorded over that city. Well, no one wishes to speak of their name anymore. If your city falls to the Maledictory the same way that this city did, having your name erased from history would be a kindness. So all things before are now just replaced with, I believe it's your people's word for dead city. Is that right?
Corpse fort.
Ah,
Delightful.
my Galian is broken, but I do speak some.
See a
I was
Brithen.
close. What?
See a Brithen.
Oh, he's very much a Berthan.
Okay, wanted to make sure that it called. Okay.
Yes. You have your reference materials.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I do.
So you suggest the cathedral may home the first spool. Is the
Yes, it might be, you might be able to pry a good portion off of their reliquary containers. Every reliquary that might be held inside a cathedral is protected, both physically and spiritually. So, having a cage, so to speak, of spun orichalcum would be helpful in making sure that that wasn't taken.
Do I know how much is normally on a spool? Like how long? Or we given empty spools to
like a
fill?
bobbin?
He didn't provide you with anything along those. He gave you the letters, and that was
Okay.
it.
Figure it out.
Do I know anything that I could use to have handy to wrap the wire around?
Technically, you could wrap it around a stick.
Like to safely transport it is
To
your
save
concern,
to
yes?
to safely it's not like nitro.
Okay.
It's not activated by bumping into it. It is activated by etheric energy flowing through it. And in its spun state, it is rather stable. Goes in one end, comes out the other. Depending on how it has been arranged or woven, it could amplify or diminish, similar to the way a transformer might work for electricity.
Mm-hmm.
It could also cause environmental effects depending on how it's been woven, if possibly one of the schools of magic was used to spin it specifically. It could be used to evoke certain spheres.
Totally not looking up a translation of something in Gaelic. Don't mind me.
So,
A cathedral is most likely to be in the center of the city.
well, it's large with a pointy top
Yeah.
to its building.
Thank you.
You
Thank
might
for
see a
that.
bell.
My point is there are the other places that you would suggest? Would they be
The-
less in the open?
The only other place I could think of beside the cathedral ward would possibly be the academics ward. There was a burgeoning school dedicated to training magisters, and there were loans given by the Galians. It was a joint effort, joining the two traditions styles, that of Galia and that of Brithengall. Obviously, Brithengall having a superior method, so I don't understand why we would have mixed with their barbaric singing. But it was an attempt. That is the only place that I could think of that it might be as well. Maybe within their vaults, where they kept their more volatile items, although I don't understand why either of those places would still not be sacked. This place has been standing 20 years, and all kinds of scavengers and dregs of society have found their ways in there, searching for something.
You said that there's a much smaller population still there in that city, though?
Yes, there are believed to be people who are stubborn enough that they will not give up their homes no matter what, that have not been fully accursed, although I would say they are very, very cursed to be living in such a city. They have been abandoned by their country, by their fellow countrymen, and honestly, probably the exalted themselves. But stubborn they are, clutching to their things, even though Providence has told them that they are on the shit end of the stick.
Well, if they're in such destitute situation, they may be more inclined to help us find what we need if we could offer something of use to them. People who are living there would have a fine idea of what places have and have not been ruined, and if we have something they want, and they have no use of the orichalcum, especially if they have no idea what it is, well, maybe we can make this a smoother situation for ourselves.
Or they might just see us as more bandits.
Well, that's why I say offer something they want. What would they need? They're
Food, water, clothes, signs of civilization, a book, a bath. There's many things that they probably need within that hellhole.
So, if we're going to ask, maybe, if they could help us, we can offer something to sweeten it and make it so that they would like to do so.
Bring an extra pair of shoes, maybe they'll appreciate that.
So would I.
Regardless, that's for the morning. And, I will see you outside then. I obviously will be needing to leave my carriage here.
Guess,
And we will be heading in. I expect you to assemble in the tavern center at dawn. Is that understood? Or should I say it's slower for you? Looking directly at Sieg.
who put you in charge?
I did, by virtue of meritocracy. What's the best thing you've ever done? Have you cured a disease? Have you healed a person from the brink of life? Or is all your life is defined by is how big you swing the metal pointy thingy?
His life seems to be important enough that Cyrus would rectify a debt with you to keep him alive.
Well, everyone has their uses, and sometimes you do need to protect your pile of fertilizer. Some might steal it.
Dawn, then. I'll see you. Yes?
Very good. Please leave my room. I will finish these tinctures. It seems we need them.
Come on. You don't need to listen to the whole video.
As we leave, Sig's gonna sort of be wiping his boots along the floor as we're going back up the stairs.
It's dirt. The floor is dirt.
The floor isn't, in fact,
Shit.
dirt, yes.
There is no floor. There's only dirt.
kicking
You're
up
just
some
getting
dust for allergies.
dust on it. You actually see him walk over and put a small wooden lid over the boiling tincture bath. if you would, without making a further mess of your surroundings. I don't care if you're a mess. I just care if you get imperfections into my work. Please, find yourself upstairs.
I'll find myself in a bed.
Find yourself on the floor for all I care. Just make sure you don't have a hangover in the morning. I'd hate to have to waste some of this.
I love him. He's so terrible.
Leave.
Sig is out.
Jesus Christ.
After we
I'm
close
sorry, I'm having
the
so
door,
much fun playing him.
After we, no, I absolutely love it, and I cannot wait to light him on fire.
Wow! Wow!
I had to sit here and
Didn't even give him not even the ability for a redemption arc. Just immediately light him on fire.
currently that's
Currently,
how
yeah,
it feels.
I understand. He kind of does deserve it.
And I
least he didn't call you-
looked up the way to say mayfly in Gaelic, so that's what I said before. The
He didn't
cool
catch.
Valtinje.
Yeah, he didn't catch it.
No, which is totally fine. It makes me feel satisfied, and without making him angry. So
Wait, you just threw racist slurs
Yes.
back at him in
Yep.
front. I know what you said.
yes, you do.
Gasp.
Just turns him like a gape, like,
Mm.
Lady Anya.
I'm not the lady yet.
Not with a mouth like that, no.
I'm having too much fun as this character. He's
I love it so much.
He's so good.
I don't understand why
I
he's
hate
suddenly,
it.
I don't understand why he's the one suddenly making decisions for us. He seems very reluctant to even come along.
He's definitely a gifted alchemist.
This
I couldn't
is-
even figure out what he was making.
This is obviously after you've made your way back into
Yes.
the.
Yes, no,
yeah,
he's standing
yeah,
in front of him.
yeah.
I don't know why he's such a big old pile of dicks.
He's just standing there covering his fucking shit, like leave. No, he's
No, we've walked back up the stairs.
you're back upstairs. You're in the tavern hall. Is there anything you want to do before you head up to have your nightly repast in your rooms, and then call it a night for the morning? Is there anything particular you would like to do?
The only thing Sybil would probably be doing the night before is making sure she's smelted enough bullets for her pistol. Like going through servicing it, making sure it's clean.
She fired it twice.
Yes.
Yeah.
Prior.
So you've obviously had time to use the cook fires to smelt new bullets and make new cartridges. So you have the 6 cartridges, I believe. You have your 6 paper cartridges still in
Okay.
in hand.
Figured it's
in your-
important to make sure those.
In your hip, there's like it's like a hip bag. You've seen them before. It's got a flap and it's got like vertical holes punched in it where you just put the cartridges. It's a cartridge bag. It's actually the original magazine. That's what it was called. God damn it! Leave me alone, all right?
I'm gonna make that.
I'm a
I almost feel like it needs
Well-
to
on the
be...
driftwood.
Well,
from
I don't know if you heard, but our emotes are cleared upon creation now. That's a new thing that's been added, so we don't have to wait for approval. So if you want to make a more fucking Connery thing,
We had to come up with a bunch of ideas. But
Damn
Well, it's
it.
gotta be. We
Gotta
can do
finish my
like
mind.
the 2 that go together because I think that'd be fun.
Oh
Mm.
my God.
Oh yeah.
the rainbow and then my head on a star.
With that said, I think there is a rainbow already, right? Yes.
Well, I was thinking about using.
We have to do the trail, but we're in the game.
Okay.
We're in the game.
We'll talk
So
about that
so
Yep. That's the only thing she was
making
really...
sure she has a cartridge, 6 cartridges in her magazine.
Yeah.
Good. Sieg doing anything?
Having his meal before it gets cold.
When you got in, there was a stiff leather bowl upside down, and when you picked up the stiff leather bowl, just the faintest bit of steam released
Oh.
off of a could be thicker beef stew. Very rustic carrot, wild carrot. Looks like some kind of long onion, maybe leeks. Something that you would pull out of the forest. Probably some coriander leaves mixed in there.
They tried.
Sig is very
By the way, the
appreciative of this
genetic
meal.
defect that makes coriander taste like soap doesn't exist in my universe.
Thank you.
It may be a horrible place where many suffer, but they will not suffer the fate of anti-coriander.
Yes.
taste
No,
buds.
their cilantro tastes good to everyone,
Wow.
the way it's
Yay,
supposed to
Truly
taste.
benevolent God.
Yay!
There's some potatoes. They look like maybe they were small, like maybe the size of fingerlings, chopped in half, roughly skinned, barely any salt. You can see some black peppercorn might have been drifted across the top before it was served. And like 2 squares of roast per bowl. Not much bigger than a large D6. It looks like
Wow.
the stew was more bouillon than stew. You don't get many animals out here, so and especially out of the way as they are, getting fresh food in, they'd have to go out of their way to make sure that somebody came by. They probably have some sort of
Jerky. Or, like dried, preserved.
dried meats that they make stretch, but
Sig still savors the
oh,
broth.
it's good. It's a warm, home-cooked meal with lots of ingredients that you haven't had for about a week. So, in comparison, it's no dining with grandmother. It's no being taken out for a meal or having a meal brought to you at a table, the way Sable sees herself acquiring and figuring out sometimes. And for Sieg, it's a hell of a lot better than road rations. Road soup is something that it's reminiscent of the road soups that you've made when out on deployment, but it's not high dining. You wouldn't really know though. It's a pretty good stew. You just wish there was a little bit more meat in it.
Yeah.
That's the one thing that reminds you of of road rations. You know, you get your half a pound of beef per person, some salt. It's the best you got.
Yeah, I mean, basically,
I have links to 18th century cooking for soldiers if anybody would like to see them.
Yeah, we watched a similar YouTube channel. I saw that.
Apart from just, I guess, like having the meal, and he's probably just gonna, check over his equipment.
I have been called out by DBM.
Yep.
Damn it.
We watched the exact same YouTube.
Just checking over his equipment, knowing that we're definitely going to be in a dangerous situation tomorrow. He wants to make sure that his gear is prepared for tribulations.
By chance, do we have a map of the location at all? Like,
Nope.
Nope. Okay. That's
Nope.
fine.
Well, we can find a cathedral. It's the big pointy tower.
Oh!
If it's still standing.
And an academics and the thing is that since it was he did mention that it was a Galian and Brithan joint academy, there's probably a tour within the academy district. Galian magic, he did mention singing. Anya knows from her past and talking with her grandmother when she took time. They're almost like minarets. Galian magic has a very high verbal component to it, and sometimes they weave magics by singing. And at the tops of the tours at twilight every night, one of the it roughly translates to wind singers, would stand at the top of the tower, and their song would create an aurora borealis like cloud that would flow about the top of the tower to signify that the day has ended.
Imagine
basically
if this place was that beautiful once.
saying good night to the sun is one way of doing it, and it's a tradition that you got to see a whole bunch when you were able to go back home. So there's probably a tour for that observance in the Academy District. So finding where those are, so long as the buildings aren't too tall, you should be able to find them as long as you can get high enough to see over the tops of the rest of the buildings. So, anything else?
Prepping my rubedo.
That is done. As you you awaken the next day, you take out your small. It's almost like a balm jar. It's metal. It has a little metal. It has a little clasp on one side. You click it open. It flips open, and within is your distilled rubedo that you are able to take a small portion of, reinvest it with that little bit of your etheric signature, and rub it across your river stones, thus creating your physical components for the day. So, the next morning, do you plan to be down there before, show up fashionably
They will
late?
probably be up very early, already, hopefully getting some food.
I'm trying to get a morning
Before we
food
go to
in.
bed, I'm gonna request that someone come wake me up.
Oh my god.
Is Sieg in a kind of a militaristic mentality of it? He's up and ready to go at 4 a.m. before the sun has had a chance to risen, because you do not face the enemy with...
I don't miss that.
Or is he kind of sleeping
He
in?
kind of is, but at the same time, he's gonna be up, but he's gonna be annoyed because it's the first time in a week that he's gotten to sleep in a bed. But because of this doctor, we have to. He's
Are you
according
like
to.
laying there just like, no, I don't want to, but I gotta.
Yeah, he's like, why is he in charge? I've saved people, not with medicine, but I've saved people. Why is he in charge? I mean, but he's up. He will be up.
As he grumbles and asks himself these questions.
Yeah.
The mattresses were
Better than dirt.
a lot better than dirt. You occasionally would get poked by a straw that would find its way out of the mattress, but there was a mattress. Hey! And the pillows were nice. Maybe at one time you found yourselves using your own bedrolls to kind of prop up beneath the pillow. The pillows were a little thin on the vine, probably filled with cotton at some point. This is the warmer areas of Brithingal, so there are farms where cotton is grown in the area. No more mites or bed bugs than what you have in your own homes, except for you had extra people. Nothing that you noticed. You noticed the straw poking into your back more often than you would have noticed anything crawling.
Thanks.
You don't notice bed bugs; they just bite.
It
Especially if you're
was.
asleep already.
It
Unless
was.
you're very paranoid like me.
It was swept well. The bedrooms were rather standard. You were given a tall jug of water. There's a wash basin in the room.
Ooh.
A steel bowl on a stand with a jug of water for when you woke up. No mirrors to speak of, really, though. Nothing you would expect less than a monk's cell, but still a little bit more comfortable.
How's the weather in the morning?
When you wake up in the morning, it is just as dreary. It is the air is thick. There's a chill, but it's just warm enough that you can see a low-lying fog rest across the ground and any grass. And the distance is kind of marred by a thin veil of fog as the temperature fluctuates between the nighttime and the little sun that you get in the morning as it peeks between the clouds. warming up the earth just enough to make it not entirely cold. We are in the ends of what is known as a Galian summer. It's warmer than what you'd expect from your usual autumn. Damn global warming. Fucking industrialists in Brithengall. This is what happens when
but you
this,
still give us the
this is what
warming?
happens when you allow corporations and manufactories within Brithengall to be able to participate in cap and trade.
Grandma, I told you it's not that bad.
We should go back to an agrarian society. We'd all be happier.
Yeah. You
Damn,
keep saying that.
Damn mayflies. Anyway.
Oh.
Well, now I know where your racism comes from.
So in the morning. In the morning. So early crack of dawn. Who's down there before the sun's up? Sable is definitely down there before the sun's up. Who woke up? Is Sieg gonna wake up Anya?
Yeah, Sieg will get Anya up.
Sieg goes and wakes up Anya. A thundering on the door.
Just like.
Oh, it's
Oh, that's not gonna wake me up.
Oh.
He tried that first.
For the record, let it be known.
He like does a bit of like a sigh, leans back, kick.
Oh Jesus! It does. It rattles the door on its hinges. It doesn't break the latch because he took a moment to realize, oh, I don't want to put my foot through this door.
I had to pay that.
There is a bit of a scuff, but the doors aren't exactly great material
It's
anyway.
a very loud thud. As Anya falls out of bed.
So followed by a secondary thud.
Mm.
Yeah, so a thud
That
followed
wasn't-
by another thud.
That wasn't
Shriek.
from Sig's foot.
You appear to be awake.
Uh,
Alright, be down when you're ready.
uh-huh.
Goes
Sig,
downstairs.
Sig and Anya have their little conversation through the door, and Sig heads downstairs. Sable's already down there. There is a watered down wine, some bread, some cold sausages, some not exactly impressive fruit. Something crab apple sized fruit.
Oh, say so bad.
Yeah, exactly. I've had.
They're probably they're not. He
Maybe
wouldn't
apples.
serve something that tastes terrible, but they're apples that you would think would be crab apples. There's small.
I know what kind those are.
There's boysenberries. Those small blackberry clusters are a few. Just obviously a foraged breakfast with maybe a couple of like a small bowl of crumbled goat cheese for breakfast with some light wine.
Sable's actually, she's eating some, but then she's folding up in a napkin like a little assortment of what she was going, like she's portioned it out and tying it off and putting it into the pocket of her skirt.
Mm-hmm. Lunch.
I will shuffle down the stairs and
A
join
vision.
them.
Just as Anya is coming down the stairs, the door from the cellar opens, and dressed in a similar to what he was wearing yesterday. You're fairly sure it's the same fucking thing, but now he has a long gray traveling cloak with a leather mantle on, so the shoulders have leather that just kind of they're not armored pauldrons, but they sit where pauldrons would be. They come to points down the sides of his jacket, and it stretches across the back, and you're fairly sure there's animals etched into the leather. It looks like the leather has been etched with some kind of design, and you're not sure exactly what kind of animal, but they look to be semi-heraldic. But you're not sure exactly what animal it is, as it's old, and the impressions of the faces, it could be lions, it could be dogs, maybe it's horses. You're not 100% sure. You just know that there are rampant heraldic animals. That's the actual term for that stance in heraldry. So he walks out. He has a rather tight to the skull, wide brimmed, a little taller than his than standard hat.
The Elizabethan box hat. Right.
More like a pilgrim's style
yeah.
hat. And in the belt, you actually see that he has some of the dried herbs hanging and pinned underneath the brim of the hat, and some stuffed into the belt, the band around the top. It is the same type of gray material as his coat, and the band matches the leather on the shoulders.
Yeah.
He carries in his hands a decently, it's almost like a carpet bag. You're fairly sure it's made of a single, it's not a carpet bag in that it is made from carpeting and it looks like a carpet, but it is made from a similar fabric to carpet bag, but it matches his jacket.
Beautiful. As delightful as the details are, does it look like he has any like a blade on him or anything that would invite the idea that he could?
Perception awareness, please.
Can we all do this?
At what,
Yeah, everybody can make
I
this
just want
test.
to roll below a 90. That's all I want to roll.
This is a standard test.
Okay.
It is not routine. It is not challenging. It is standard. So it is
I'll be right back.
no
I'm gonna
modifier.
get new dice.
That bad, huh?
95.
95.
Wow.
You have been rolling nothing but 90s.
I want to succeed at something.
You're supposed to roll low.
I don't want to tell her.
It's
that
all
I just
those.
crit
It's
succeeded.
all that D&D rolling that your dice
She's
were
gonna be
just
really sad.
so convinced. Did you succeed?
I crit succeeded, and
Oh.
I feel bad because I
You rolled like what? What'd you roll?
44.
A 44.
Yeah.
I rolled a 20, so success.
Success, but we have a crit success.
Yeah,
Do
the
you
crit
want to use
success.
some of my opal dice? I have more.
Use the rainbow one you gave me.
Okay.
Okay.
That's called Wheel of Fortune, and you might be inviting disaster because it looks like the Mark of Chaos.
Wheel of Fortune is not a good tarot card.
I know. That's why I'm like, you might be inviting. I'm just saying.
Oh man, I'd love to make it the major arcana, but using characters from the show
Oh,
as a
that'd be
tarot
cute.
set.
That'd be a lot.
That'd be awesome.
I actually have plans to make tarot cards, so I could.
I was confused because I thought you meant
We
like,
will
the
discuss
show Wheel of Fortune.
ideas because I have things I'm working on, and there's more. Obviously, there's a lot more characters, and there's a lot more things for you to engage with. So, give them a couple of test rolls, see where you're at. For a success, you
It's a failure still, but it's not a 90.
you
Okay.
do see that beneath his coat there is a you can see that there is a portion that kind of sticks out a little bit
Mm.
just above the hip. When he moves, it bends a little bit with it. But as he's turning with the crit success, you see exactly what's beneath.
Not morning wood now, is it?
Well, for you, maybe. You see a 1.5 foot long, what looks like you might see on a ship for boning fish, but like tuna-sized fish that need to be boned and broken down. See a long, thin blade attached to one hip.
All right, doctor.
The other hip,
Oh.
there seems to be a much flatter blade, much wider blade, with almost like a pistol grip handle to it. You recognize a bone saw on his other hip. in a leather scabbard. Well, it's got that one has a leather covering on it, and it's hooked to the belt. Under the boning blade is a scabbard that it has been stuffed into. So he looks up. Ah,
We're waiting on you.
huh. Maybe my time might be spent not stitching you up constantly, only mostly. Good. I've eaten already. Have you had your morning repast?
Nope.
Well, I suggest you grab some because we are leaving imminently. Get your things. I will meet you outside. You have 10 minutes. I have to get something from my carriage. He heads out, closes the door behind him.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna go up to the bartender and settle our bill and ask for something to hold some food in for my breakfast.
The food in the morning was left out. It seems everybody seems to be out a-chorin'.
Okay.
You don't know where anybody is inside. There's no room. There's no sound coming from the kitchen. It was just the plates and the pitchers of wine were kind of left on a central table for you to come down, continental breakfast style. Literally, just take from what you can. There was a lot there. You're easy. You looking around, you see that there's a few napkins that you could corner tie. Make a small lunch satchel for you that you could either pin to your pin to a belt or stuff into your shoulder bag.
Yeah.
There you go.
So I'll put something in that for myself, and then I'm gonna go outside, but I'm gonna look for the bartender for
Okay.
settling the food costs of the night before.
No, I was examining. I have the Zweihander, the developers were super nice and sent me a whole bunch of the player aid stuff. So I have the interior of the player screen, of the GM screen printed out, and I have all of the skills and primary attributes they're attached to. And I was adding, not adding a skill, but adding the numbers for one of the skills, and I needed to look up the associated skill.
Something
And
surprised you.
one
where
of
it
them
was.
surprised me. I understand why it is what it is, but that kind of concerns me considering the numbers.
I'm concerned that you're concerned.
Nope.
I'm
Oops.
always concerned.
Those bonuses are wrong. There we go. That's better. That's fixed. Cool.
As we're kind of prepping to go out, Sable will kind of shoulder over to Sieg. I know you're worried about keeping everybody safe, but I did spy on our new companion. I think he's more capable than we would assume. So if that brings you any comfort, I think actually Anya might be our biggest concern right now.
So over to Anya.
What?
What?
You just like folding the thing with the napkin? Or?
I'm literally putting my breakfast to go in my bag so I can eat it while we're moving.
I mean, we have a way to walk him as well.
I just don't.
I just thought it might bring you a little comfort. I know this isn't exactly the most ideal situation, but
At least you two are kind compared to him.
Aww.
Well, thank you.
That's nice.
I have a feeling that man's very accustomed to being the smartest one in the room and being let down by others. So maybe if we just show that we are not something that will be the death of him, maybe he will show a different leaf, yeah?
Very well.
People sour for a reason. We just need to find his reason, and then we'll know how to alleviate the condition.
Maybe he'll talk about something I know about and I can actually hold a conversation.
There you go. And We have a ways to walk since we can't take that fucking carriage.
The condition of the road, you're actually kind of surprised that it made it here with suspension. It does have it did have flat metal spring suspension. A rather new invention in terms of vehicular innovation. But excuse me. But the fact that it made it here without throwing 2 of its 4 wheels, considering the state of the roads, he might actually be a decent driver. If he was the one driving that, and seeing as there's no driver with him, and he is the only one.
Unless he's keeping a body in there somewhere.
Heading outside, you see...
I do have additional robes. I could put my robes on. I have these robes.
You see that the door is open, and he is halfway in, up at his waist. He's standing on the ground, reaching in. Looks like he's reaching across, possibly under one of the benches, to get to something. So... Whoop. Somebody was on top of that. So, he pretty quickly after you come out, hearing the door, shoves something into his bag, closes it up, turns around. Ah, ready then. Good. We have 4 hours before we arrive at the front gates. I expect all of you to keep your countenances about you. I am certified to treat your mental injuries as well. And he swirls a jar of leeches around and puts it into his bag.
I have one of those, don't ask.
I don't.
I know, you've been naming them. I hear you talking to them on the road.
They don't know how to use them very well yet.
I don't wish to have to do that. It's not my specialty. My specialty would be trauma of the physical nature.
Blood and bone.
Yes. I'm very familiar with it. So I can tell you all about the different types of stitching along the way. I wouldn't have our traveling together be not an opportunity to educate those in need of it. I am...
Pull out a book to take notes as I walk.
You two best keep up then. You're gonna keep notes.
I am a charitable man with compassion. Now, first, a simple suture begins with the right thread. As you begin to walk out of the gates and walk down the road.
He seems happier, at least.
As much as Anya doesn't like him, she will listen and take notes because this might be useful.
Sig did not expect to have to listen to a lecture on his way to Bathmore Band.
Please something attack us. Please something attack us.
You're not traveling silently. He is rather verbose.
Unfortunately.
And his voice being so nasal, it kind of cuts through the moist air.
Oh.
He's so annoying.
Sybil will, in the spirit of keeping friendships and people, she'll occasionally ask questions just to be interested, but she's mostly trying to keep an eye on the road, knowing that it's a fine place to be lawless.
So, since we're using the road, this cobblestone road, you're noticing more cobblestones are remaining the closer you get, or at least the further you get from the walled, perilous end. The last refuge you had before making your way to a den of malediction. Make perception tests, everyone. This will be routine. And I want to know your degrees of success.
Alright.
Meaning.
Fail.
So, if you succeed, what you will do
failure.
is you will take the 10 side.
Mhm.
Any successes?
You said this was a routine.
Routine, so increase by 10.
Then I succeed.
Good. So, to find out your degrees of success, I need to know the tens place.
3.
3, yeah.
So you rolled a what? A 30?
39.
A 39. So you take the tens place, that's a 3, and you add your perception bonus.
My perception bonus is
PB.
a 6.
Ooh, so that's 9. So that
Wait.
No.
No.
Not a 6.
My initiative is 3 plus PB.
No, on your
no,
first
perception bonus.
Oh,
Stat.
perception.
First
bonus.
page.
3.
Oh yeah, that is a 3.
That is a 3. So it's 6 degrees of success. Let me see what
I was
the
looking towards
good doctor.
initiative.
He's.
because I thought
By the way, I've been using the. Oh shit! We broke 1200. By the way, woo! We are at
You-
1219 right now.
so many
Hey,
charitable
everybody.
people.
Charitable awesomeness.
ACLU.
Damn it, Deep! You keep screwing up the damn round numbers.
Oh yeah, that fury right there.
1219. I'll have to look up what happened that year. Let me see. But as I was saying, ooh, he succeeded.
Ooh, succeeded,
Yes,
though.
he succeeded. And he
I rolled below a 90.
did.
I took up your duty.
He
It's a
did
7.
get 9 degrees of success, though.
Those sharp ice eyes.
He's a surgeon.
Yeah.
You need to pay attention to what you're doing. So both you and the good doctor. By the way, his profile, his NPC profile, is listed as the good doctor. I'm using the. There's a grim and perilous document, a template doc on their drive-through RPG. That is super helpful for writing everything out. So I was able to do his NPC and his bestiary entry. Ghoulie! Bringing it to 1230. Thank you, Ghoulie. Thank you. The good doctor succeeded with 9 degrees. So, both you and the doctor see it in the distance first. You all see the city. But it is Sieg and the doctor that see the little extra details. It looms and dominates the road in the distance. The doors, the gate itself has half of it is cut and lying to the floor, splintered by some great force, leaving it so that there is maybe a third of the gate left standing on a single post to one side, the other side a crumbled mess of timber. The walls rise high, at least 20 how many is that in yards?
It's 2 stories.
It's about 2 stories. 2 stories tall walls. The occasional rook battlement. You have no idea what was in what were on those battlements now. They just sit barren, some of them crumbling, huge pieces of masonry just coming off the sides. 20 years of neglect and no infrastructure to repair such edifices leads to disrepair, and anything could see to the decrepitude of the city. There seems to be what look like posts and maybe signs dotting the battlements to others. We'll get to what the doctor and Sieg see in a moment. The buildings rise up, maybe 3 or 4 story buildings tall. They all share a similar architecture to the classic Brithen architecture of the time. A slight modification of, well, it reminds you of the Perilous End. But even worse for wear. Windows have no shutters, or they hang limp on their hinges. Holes in roofs, if there are roofs at all on some of these buildings. Some of them leaning heavily across a central road, almost making it as though there is no road through the buildings. The thoroughfares covered by one building leaning against another, so that there might be a tunnel through these buildings. Fires must have hit this city at some point. Blackened beams, skeletal remains, the ribs of lost homes stand stark against the other less affected buildings. But those buildings, water, moss, rust, all of them cover. You can see a large keep at the center. A fortification within the walls of a city. It shows just as much wear, if not a little bit more. Almost as though it was make a warfare check, actually. Sieg?
Have that?
No, but I mean, it's warfare is under intelligence. Oh,
I
yeah.
will allow a...
I don't have that yet.
It is a special, but I will do, and most times there are 2 types of skills. There are common skills and special skills. A common skill means anybody can attempt them. A special skill means you have to have training in that. But Sieg has seen enough war that I would allow him to make what I call an open test, meaning that even though it's a special, I will treat it as a common for this test. It will be a little harder, though. Okay. So it's going to, instead of being routine, it will be a standard test.
Okay.
So if you had ranks. Arashi evens it out. Thank you.
Nope. I do not succeed.
No. The keep is scarred. It's seen battle, from what you can tell.
I mean, it looks like the whole fucking place is seeing battle.
There is what... This isn't required for a roll. At least if either of the non-Galians wish to figure it out. But the Galian recognizes a Tor when she sees one. It's large. It stands tall almost, and it's shaped almost like a spear for its top. It is domed top. It has like a crossbar almost. Those of you who have seen a partisan know what a partisan looks like. It's a spear with a crossbeam on it, with a tall steeple to it. The steeple is an open kind of no guardrails balcony in a way, and you can walk to the edges of each. And during the Wind Singers' observance, they usually walk from one to the other, not using the stone cross, but walking from point to point across the air as they weave that Aurora Borealis like farewell to the sun. It stands it brings a little bit, a pang of pain to your heart. It is a very important structure within Galia. Their religion not being as fervent as Brithen's, but Galian religion definitely holds a place of nostalgic culture. And seeing it in the disrepair the way it is, it hurts. It reminds you of your time with your grandmother and going out at night, looking up from the garden and watching the wind singer perform their duty. And you know that a song hasn't been sung from this tour in years, decades, at least. A chapel can be seen, though. So you are traveling north right now. So to the east of the city, you can see the cathedral. Most cathedrals are built in a cross-like formation.
The even one, right?
An even-sided cross being a symbol of faith amongst Britons. Each point representing the seraphim, the center representing the exalted, the four seraphim and the four arms. Usually each end is an open door that leads directly into a small shrine dedicated to each seraphim. And then and those doors are referred to as the paladin door, the smith door, the shepherd door,
Martyr.
and the what?
Martyr.
The martyr door.
No,
Wait, what are the four?
The shepherd
I wrote
does
them.
represent
The shepherd
martyr.
is the okay.
Yes, yes.
The Shurigan?
Chirurgeon.
Chirurgeon,
That word is
was it.
chirurgeon. It's a type of medic. A healer. So each door is referred to as either the door of that seraphim or the gate of that seraphim. There is a small shrine as you walk past. You give thanks. So usually each person who feels a kinship with a specific seraphim would walk through that door, give a quick deference to the seraphim of their choice, of their yearning, of their heart, and then they would move in for their full mass in the center with the exalted. And there are some that even walk a full circuit, making sure to touch
Truly devout.
each shrine directly. But some people just don't have time for that.
We ain't got time for this.
So, its central steeple, a point stretching to the sky. Traditionally, the tallest building for the exalted must rise above all. It is a little bit taller than the Tor.
Of course it is.
It looks like it was added onto as well. All Tor are built to the same height. Cathedral must have been made beforehand because you can see there's a little bit of an extra steeple to it.
Quick.
They didn't think about this. They didn't acknowledge other people's cultures when they built it.
The Tor is the Tor. That is the height that it should be at.
And it's to the west?
That is to the west. The cathedral is to the west. You can see the...
I thought the cathedral was to the east, the Tor was to the west.
Yes, I am sorry. Cathedral to the east, Tor to the west. And you can see rising up, kind of central, further north into the city, you can see the fortress standing back, that inner keep. It all almost looks hunched. Everything bends in such a way, there doesn't seem to be a straight bit of architecture left. Every beam and bow and buttress bends under the weight of time and disrepair. I'm very proud of that ad-lib consonant just now.
That was actually very beautiful.
Yeah.
I
Very
feel like
fun.
it's like looming over you kind of feel.
Yeah.
Like that, like,
It doesn't lean towards you, it leans in on itself, as though its shoulders hunched, an old man curled by time. But this carries with it a much darker sense, as Sieg and the good doctor notice that the signposts, those stakes rising from the battlements and also noticing coming up from different buildings further in what looked like signs, round signs, are not round signs. Sieg recognizes them because they are used in Skanska as well, in Scania as well as elsewhere. But he knows them particularly as punishment for deserters. On tall, strong poles rest breaking wheels. Bodies in different degrees of rot and decay are lashed to these. The breaking wheel is simply a wheel on an axle put vertical so that one might lie on it. It is then spun, and people are given hammers to swing down. The fact that it's a wheel lets the limbs move down a little extra, allowing for limbs to break a little easier as the limbs are woven through malicious spokes. And you can see a body on almost each of them. Almost a legion's worth. Dot the skyline. You almost saw them as because cities have flagpoles and signs everywhere. They looked a little numerous, but you were too busy looking at the rest of the architecture, the two of you. It's Sieg and the doctor that notices that they must be going somewhere dark.
As Anya just blurts out, "Look, the tour is over there!"
Oh, I'd actually really wanted to see it. My grandmother actually had mentioned a little bit, but I've never seen it, so...
They would have people that stand on it and sing and create these aurora clouds as I'm describing this really beautiful moment in my history.
Yeah, where
As
the girls
Sieg
are just
is-
like, wow, that sounds wonderful.
As Sieg is looking at the crooked limbs of those who had been broken and then erected on the outside of the city.
No, nobody is singing there right now.
No, it looks like they haven't sang there in a while. I wish I knew how to.
Is it not something that's taught anymore?
I would have had to have learned in Galia, but I learned at the academy in Brisengol.
I think Galia or Brithengol, either of those places, would be better places than this to start singing.
Well, yeah, this place is a ghost town. It looks...
No. A ghost would be ethereal. This is a corpse. And it wears its badges proudly. If you care to take a closer look at those wonderful pennants and banners that wave. And as he points it out, you can see the breaking wheels and the corpses attached to them. Some barely skeletons with just some meat attached. Some actually look kind of fresh.
Thank you because that was what I was curious about.
Some of them have meat on their bones, smears. And those are the ones where the crows are currently gathered, pecking away.
Are they all Britons? Can you tell?
Not from this distance,
Yeah.
and not from the state that they are in. Remember, in my setting,
Very subtle.
everybody's heritage backgrounds aren't as drastic. The difference between a Galian, one of the Shandwain, or the Lan of Kaita, and a Stenfod, and a Brithin, and an Aquilonian, and a Reaver from north, and I have it written down somewhere, but the Highlanders that live on the other side of the lock,
It's a big old.
all of them are rather similar.
Oh, can't pronounce that.
What is it? How's it spelled?
Fearann lock.
Farrenlock.
Okay. I'm gonna write myself my pronunciation guide.
From Farrenlock. The Highlanders from Farrenlock. The difference is the same variants you would catch in our own, species. It's just that Galians' ears tend to come to points, and they live much longer lives. As well as the Stenfod sharing a broader body. Let's see here. Sorry about that. Trying to make sure. This is a new mic setup, so it's dealing with those adjustments. It should be better.
I don't think I've ever seen this in my life.
Never. You've seen corpses occasionally during your time when you were introduced to the idea of morticism during your schooling, but that's about it.
Uh-huh.
So, there. The city draws nearer as you make your way.
I'm tucked behind Zeke. Literally, like, as small as possible. Like, the closer we get, the more I'm just, like, holding on to the back of his shirt and, like, no.
If something happens, I need you to not do that to guard you better.
Okay.
Okay.
So, Doc, some of those bodies don't look 20 years old. Some of those bodies don't look 20 years old.
No, they don't. Well, the stories of those still living here seem to bear some fruit then, don't they?
We knew this was going to be a ghoulish task. We can't fixate on this. It's gonna be okay. We're going to be in, we're going to get what we need, and then we're leaving.
Alright, well,
Maybe only to stop a few times in case there's something else that we could also take back with us.
I'm going to adjust
and sell
something
on the
quickly.
side. But
well, which would,
waiting for the Markiplier roll.
which,
Apologize, I'm just making some quick placement adjustments.
Are you wearing shorts as well?
yeah.
I love that we're all like super garbed to fuck and then like shorts. It's hot.
I'm going to put tape on the floor
For marking them. Yeah.
for marking so you guys
Jen
know
says
exactly where
they're-
they go.
You have to mark where every foot goes on these, right? To get
No,
them
I can put it
properly.
onto the middle, and then you place it literally under.
I know, doing new characters with new voices, and then also having to remember we gotta project into the microphones. Huh.
Yeah, I'm the one with the microphone right in front of me, and I'm the one that did theater.
Yeah.
So projecting is kind of my thing. So, which means I can sit a little bit further back. No, they're not generating a lot of heat. They are all LEDs, just to let you know.
Yep.
We're smirt. All right.
LED Edison bulbs were my favorite find I've ever had.
Yeah.
They are really cool. All right.
Well, Doc, which do you suggest we start then? To the cathedral or to the
Really like to see the tour.
tour?
I will let you know. This is this is technically a DMPC. fourth member of the party. Their final decision making is on your hands. I'm just role playing his sassiness.
Okay.
He's like Smollett.
And
He's
our
like,
Nils.
yeah.
But I don't like. God, he's
We also can't immediately kill him because we need a healer.
Guys, he's just grumpy, for fuck's sake.
So, when you're saying, when you're asking him where he would go, I don't want to have him make the decision. Like the way, okay, the reason why I bring it up is because the way he thinks, he would totally just decide for you guys. He is the smartest person here, but I don't want to take away agency from the players. So
Sable's already piped in. She's just like, we want to see the tour.
If as players you guys wish to go to a certain place,
what is the distance on my monocle?
the distance on your monocle, comparing it to the small bit of spun orichalcum that you keep on you, you know that it
So I know what to look for?
in testing, you know that it's basically within a room. You could find it if it was under something. Maybe if you were in another room, you might be able to.
Maybe like 20 yards.
We need to be in that building.
Yeah. You're not going to be able to just walk past buildings and scan it like an X-ray scanner. But describe what it is you have prepared to use.
I have a sort of were they the binocular opera glasses or was it just the monocle?
It was a
Because I didn't
monocle.
write that down specifically.
It is like a theater.
I think
No. It's theater spectacles. So they both go over.
With the stick.
But there is a
Yeah.
post
Yeah, but
attached to it.
Still two?
Oh no, wait, no, it is one, but it's got multiple lenses on it.
Oh, right.
That
was the
move.
thing. You got the Reverie.
But they move from you interacting with it. They don't actually move by that. So it's a single monocle, but it's got multiple lenses on it, and it's on a stick, like an opera stick.
Yeah, because I have no other way of finding spun or calcum. This is attuned specifically to look for it. So I'll be able to see the way it draws the etheric energy through itself, and I can pick it apart from whatever else is around it. I think that's the best way of describing it. I have attuned to it properly with a ritual.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. I'm gonna truck upstairs for like 2 seconds to turn off our excess noise in the background here.
So she's
Basically, I don't have witch sight. So
not yet anyway.
I have to have downtime in a library.
Well, the closest we're going to get to a library is checking out the tour, and you could maybe tell me more about it, and while we're there.
From what I've learned from my grandmother, yeah.
It's a shame my grandmother wasn't able to tell me more.
We could go see my grandmother one day.
There we go. Now I can really mess with the audio and make sure everything is at the right.
Melt is now in full.
lever.
No more fan, guys. That's it. Spread your legs. Vent that heat.
I didn't want to turn up.
I feel like we need a picture of
I
everyone's
didn't want
shorts.
to turn up the audio too much and catch that noise. Now that the noise is off, I can have whatever level I want. So, okay.
They seem like they want to check out the
The tour first.
Yes, we're going towards the
tour.
academic building
All right.
because there's other stuff I might be able to find there.
Yeah. Also,
A-
Sable's like, maybe we could punt them off.
A chill runs down all of your spines, goose flesh running along your limbs and necks, your hair standing a little on end. Turn myself back up. There we go. I can see it moving. Make sure my microphone's working good. So, there we go. A chill runs down all of your spines as you enter through the gate. The air, the moist drizzle, post-drizzle, fog-like hanging in the air, that heavy air, almost gone. But it's not a comforting dryness. It's a stale dryness. So, walking in, the buildings themselves seem chipped. Getting closer, you notice that the mortar is flaking. The lines in between the bricks are deeper. They stare at you, the windows almost like ocular cavities in a skull. Empty and bereft of life. What is your marching order as you enter into the city? Who's walking where? Simple diamond formation. You're not walking in a straight line.
No, no one really does that when the road's wide enough to do so.
2 in front, 2 behind we can do.
Yeah, Sybil would probably be in the front, eager to see, keep an eye on everything.
I would imagine the doctor, sort of, if he's knows the area a little bit more, probably also in the front.
No.
He didn't say he had a map. He said he had read a treatise
he read a
on the
book,
location.
I would put you in front with her in case something happens.
Perception in the back, perception in the front.
I have no perception.
No, but he does.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. So, Sable, Sieg, side by side. Anya and
The good doctor.
Klaus behind. The four of you walk 2 by 2 down the road. The roads are the best kept part of the city, as roads tend to be, well, they're worn by traffic. And there has been none of that, whereas buildings are worn by the weather. And that has taken its toll. And as you walk further in, you can see that these breaking wheel posts, they tend to have fresher bodies towards the outside. Going in, you notice more leathery skin, some bones picked clean, and you can see the wrist hanging and the forearm shattered, the rest of the arm hanging limp, attached to the shoulder barely. Some you only have a head, some ribs, and a single arm hanging. That's it. And it feels a little darker with the buildings leaning in overhead. An eerie, stressful anticipation fills your hearts.
Sybil's wrapping the dark cloak she had over one shoulder a little further up and around her shoulders, kind of as if that would put a separation between her and the environment, but also feeling a little more aware of how vibrant we are in a place like this.
Sig probably has his shield up, his hand at his side, on his sword, and probably is just
He's prepared.
Yeah, he's keeping an eye out as best he can, but also, yeah, just is this behavior common for the maledictory to do this with bodies, or is this just something that just happens to go on here?
Well, that requires folklore tests.
So we could try.
It is a common skill.
Yeah, we could try. What's
This
our
would be a
difficulty?
challenging folklore test.
Oh, yeah.
Not impossible, but
No.
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 Oh shit! I succeed!
Yes!
Yeah!
Hey.
You know things!
Intelligence! I don't
Uh,
want to know these things.
Yeah, you do. Someone needs to.
this seems... It's a little... It's brutal. It seems in theme with what the Maledictori are. You've never heard of them particularly doing this, but mutilating bodies and leaving them out to send a message. Not unheard of, but they must have had a lot of bodies to not have to immediately consume them and leave the bones behind.
Doesn't seem far off of what they would normally do, but they had a surplus, I guess, and I didn't need to eat that many. I don't like this.
Yeah, it is concerning. Well, we should make our way swiftly to Tor. Let's get moving then. The four of you move in a tight group, making your way through the city. I need... Let's see.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Oh no.
I need my
Cats, no.
cat to calm the fuck down upstairs.
She's just crying like shamelessly at the door upstairs.
We'll do some more. We'll do another. This will be a survival test. No, I'll stick to awareness.
Difficulty?
It is a routine. It is not routine. It is a standard test.
Okay.
But I'm gonna need anybody who succeeds. I'm gonna need degrees of success.
Yeah, nope.
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 Hmm?
Big nope.
Big
Big
nopes. Big nopes across the board. Moving through the decrepit city, you are left with a feeling of loneliness. You've never been amongst buildings like this without crowds. It actually reminds Sieg a little bit of a mine before the workers have gotten there. So, since you failed the perception test,
Good times, guys.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to be giving you guys some stress.
Oh no.
So,
What's my stress?
so that is 6 peril each. What are your peril thresholds?
10.
10? Wow.
7.
Okay.
6.
6. Ooh. Nobody took a level of peril.
Yay! I was for sure anticipating that. I was like, she was not built to last.
Okay. You do not gain stress as you hear the chattering from within the buildings around you. You catch a hand gripping a lentil from inside before releasing and going back in. You hear muttering. Sounds like broken bridge. But it's whispers, so you can't hear exactly what's being said. You hear skittering as footsteps move between buildings and shadows skip across the ground. As coming out from one of the alleys, hunched, thin, wearing dark rags of leather, darkened by mud and dirt. You're not sure where the leather came from. Its skin is a mottled yellow and green, with hints of blue in the veins. The look of almost everybody here has had the yellow and green bruise the next day after a severe physical trauma. This is a full body bruise on the parts of flesh that you can see. The fingertips seem to be kind of filed back so that nail and bone seem to protrude from the end. Its face is the most disturbing of all. Cataract white eyes that seem totally adjusted to the low light in these looming buildings. Two slits sit where a nose once was. Red sores along the edges of these where a nose would be there, but it's these two open gashes with sore flesh around the exterior of them. No lips. Sharp teeth broken or filed down. Another disturbing detail as it chomps its teeth at you, chattering as it comes out from the alleyway. You notice that its jaw extends, its teeth extend forward as though it's on a separate musculature from the rest of its face. A thing that's usually only found in some aquatic species, if you've ever seen what a goblin shark looks like.
I have, and that's immediately what came to mind when you described it. I hate it.
But it has no lips, as they have been. It looks as though lips had been peeled back. You know them as Gull. Sieg would know them as Vildetroll. And to the standard Brithen, they would be called Goblin. Thin, emaciated maledictori. This one walks out carrying what looks like a pointed spear. No metal on the end of it. Chattering a little bit as it steps forward, a hunched hand almost touching the ground as it moves forward. Right before you're able to make a move, it lets out a keening screech as three more erupt from holes in the walls, from doorways, and from another alley nearby, and you have been ambushed by some goblins. Let's start our first combat. It's gotten real. I wanted to get to this too.
So much description.
The goblins in my world are a little different.
I feel a lot better being ambushed by these types of goblins and less, because like they seem cooler and they feel a little more like
threatening.
Ooh, yes,
They're monsters.
Yeah,
They're very much things.
more things that you don't want to run into in like a cave. Like,
By the way, you have plenty of fortune. You have 7.
good. I'm glad
All
we
right.
held on to that.
So let's do an initiative roll. Let's jump to combat. Oh,
Thanks, Steve.
deep evening the scales quickly. Thank you. It is now 6-3. All right.
All right. So
So,
how do we do this?
Combat.
Walks through it.
So first, we have initiative which is you already have your initiative bonuses.
Yup.
Mm-hmm.
Plant that there for a second. So, roll a d10 and add your initiative.
Oh, dear.
Well,
0 on the D10 is
It's a
10.
10.
10. Oh,
that's good.
huzzah!
That is a good thing.
It's worse.
Go
Oh,
ahead,
it's
pull that
okay.
piece of scrap paper. Write down. So, all right. This is cool.
Mm-hmm.
So initiative is very easy. Remember, we're doing the roster system.
Yep.
So we will start with, is anybody over 15? Okay. What'd you get?
18.
18.
Oh boy.
Stable with an 18. Let me just check my initiative bonus on these motherfuckers. Ooh.
How do we determine the doctors? What would be?
Well,
his?
he has his sheet.
Oh, yeah.
I have his sheet, so I'm just gonna roll for
And let us know.
yeah.
Okay.
So, anybody at? Uh-oh. Oh. Nope, that wasn't misfortune. That was more going into the donations.
Yeah. Okay. No,
Yay.
no. Yeah.
1270.
Yay. Okay.
We're 1270, by the way. All right. Actually, roll for the doctor. I will tell you what his bonus is.
Who feels lucky?
You obviously.
You.
Not me.
Yeah,
Not me
I don't know
today.
if I expended it, but let's see. I expended it. I rolled a 1. I shot my load and now I have, that's all I got. I'm sorry. Let us all down.
It's okay.
Where-
I
where
also
did-
rolled a 1.
What happened? Where did the accent come from?
Okay. What do we get on his roll?
A 1.
A 1.
Yes.
Well, he has an initiative bonus of 9.
Ooh,
Oh, wow.
1 above me.
Oh, someone's got a decent perception bonus. What the?
Fellowship?
No, it's perception bonus.
No, it's perception bonus for initiative.
Mm.
Yeah, the better you see in
that's
combat,
right.
the easier it is to decide what to do. It's more about what you see than it is about that. So, anybody between 15 and oh, they're just clumping. What did you two get?
7.
7?
8.
8. Okay, so it's going to be the doctor, and then Anya and Sieg. All right, I'm just going to run upstairs very quickly, use the restroom quick, and then we will get this started.
I have a very slight
Ow.
Harry-related question at some point.
Aw.
What?
Luke, I just saw that. Stop being nice. It's gross. I love and despise you.
Ew, what kind of nice people do you hang out with? Jeez.
Never met Klug in person. Never met Klug in person.
Listen, this is
We are
the age of
only
the
streaming
internet.
friends.
That's real friends, right?
Yeah. It's the type of person I can be like, oh, fuck you. Love you.
Listen, if you can play a game with someone and have them be trash and still be their friend afterwards, that's the true trial by fire.
I don't think I've ever actually played a game with Luke. I think it's literally just us being friends through Riley's chat. And then it just cascading like a
Beautiful avalanche.
really horrific avalanche filled with fire and like meat pieces. I would love to play D&D with you. Just let me know when.
How about you play something better than D&D? Sorry.
Ooh, the shade. Oh boy. So
Not sorry.
Totally not what I said in my last session.
I know, I
But-
heard you.
so okay, there's 4 of these things,
Yes.
and they're surrounding us.
I think
Or are they all coming from
maybe-
one direction?
I think they're coming out from all over.
Klug, I will still play. So
'cause
just
they
let
were-
me know when.
Yeah. Dude, I'm probably.
I haven't played other
I
classes
could take
yet.
a shot with range, but I
mean,
can't do all my fancy things with it. But if they're far away, I'm probably going to be the one who could probably hit them first.
Yeah,
right?
I would assume so. I don't know necessarily. At this point in time, we don't know how close they are.
Yeah, they're gonna get
to
closer
us.
because it's an ambush.
My range is sight. So as long as I can see them.
True. Yeah. No dodging magic missile.
Well, I mean, it's you, it's me, it's Sig and Sable in the front, and then you and the Doctor in the back. So
Yes, and I own a fan for every day of the week. That was one of those moments where I was like, I have a fan upstairs with blades in it too, which is appropriate as fuck. But this one has like, it's perfect for my like Spanish style.
Really looking forward to taking this dress off. I know, every time I move slightly, the thing hits me.
It's attracted to you. It's your gravity. You're
it's
the sun.
Wrong element. It's not luminescence.
it's the Negamoth. The light is attracted to you.
Yes.
Oh, just a glowing incandescent man going to hug the Mothman.
Arashi, I see what you did there. Made an OnlyFan joke.
Oh, yep. I'm here for this. I'm actually a little better with the stiletto, only because I can do some fancy shit with my fan as well. But if they still stay far enough away, I can just shoot as well.
I mean, it had stick.
I had a parry-related question.
What's up?
Because the Highwayman uses charm in the place of it. Does that also interact with like social class? So Silver Tongue, I normally okay. Thank you.
No.
Can't blame the
Okay, so you have first activation. Who wants to go first?
Then after the ambush. All right.
No. It wasn't. I did stress on you guys.
Oh, okay. That was that.
They kind of presented themselves in a terrifying manner to mess with you.
Yeah. Ranged girls?
Sure.
About how far away are they from us, roughly?
So you're standing in the middle of a...
Street?
Yeah, it's a street, but you got to think about it's basically a little bit wider than a single carriage, with no sidewalks. So it's maybe 20 feet across. So converting that into yards, it's at tops 10 yards wide. Okay. They are coming out from the edges at 4 points around you.
Okay, so they are encircling us.
They've encircled you.
Yes.
And how many are there? 4 altogether?
There are there are 4 that you can see. There one of them, let's see here. The one that came out actually looks like it has a crude bow on its back over a shoulder, and the and a fire hardened spear in one hand. There's another that looks like it has similarly just wicked looking versions of a short bow and a fire hardened spear. The 2 others have small bucklers and what looks like a blade that has not seen care for the same amount of time that this city's been dead, and maybe left at the bottom of a well. It is pitted, it has rust, it is jagged and marked, but it looks just as sinister, and the edge doesn't seem to be all that dull. So there's 2 with spears, there's 2 with daggers, and these blades, these pitted blades, and their shields. So it is your activation. Who would you like to go first? You are all currently considered engaged with each other. You are all side by side with each other. You are not engaged with them. They are all maybe 8 yards away from each of you on 4 points.
I can go for one of the ones with the bow.
Smart. Range it, yeah.
Yeah, so you want me to do that?
I think that would be a good idea.
All right. I don't think I can get in the thing. Starting off in bridge, I'm like, I don't think I can get in trouble for doing this here, so I'm just gonna do it, and it's gonna trail off into Land of Kaita. Like, I'm just gonna go back. And then I'm gonna pull out one of my stones and
use fire magic missile at one of the ones with the bow.
Bow. Okay.
Yes.
The spear and bow.
Spear and bow. One of those boys.
Roll incantation.
Difficulty rating?
It's generalist petty magic, so it's routine.
Okay.
They have no defense. For you, casting is just casting. So it goes by the petty is routine, lesser is standard, and greater is challenging.
I succeed. But it is not a critical success. This time maybe I'll actually... They're terrifying and... Yeah.
There's no parrying this.
There's no parrying this. There's no dodging it.
It's magic. There's no dodging it. It can only be No, it can't even be counterspelled because it's instantaneous. Yep. It's a D10 plus your willpower bonus and damage.
That's a 1 plus 7, so 8.
8.
8 damages.
So close.
No.
Oh.
I rolled a 1 because I cannot succeed today.
Oh.
I mean, it's very spooky. It's very spooky for Anya.
Oh, no. All right. So, just marking down some quick health tracks right now. All right. So that takes him down to lightly wounded.
Oh, okay.
As you hold out the rubedo, and like a heat haze, a dart of distorted reality, the force flies out from your hand and smashes into the chest, and he takes like 2 steps back, and you hear this.
That didn't work as well last time.
Obviously hurt. He felt the impact, but he didn't get knocked down. So, now it's their turn. The one that you shot with the magic missile flips the spear around and jabs the pointed end in between some of the cobbles, pulls the bow off of his chest, and reaches behind him and pulls out a rather, it's an arrow, but it's a short bow arrow, so it's not that big. It must have been within the ragged leathers that he's wearing, this hide more of. Pulls out an arrow, knocks it, and fires it in amongst you, firing at the person that blasted him in the chest.
Yeah.
I know it's a range thing. My shoes.
At least it's not gunpowder, so I could dodge. Technically.
Right, you can still, you have.
You can still dodge
reaction
this.
dodge.
But it's a miss.
Oh, okay.
As the arrow soars over your heads with a whistle. That's his action. And the other one mimics that motion, slamming the fire-hardened spear in between the cobbles, standing it upright, unhooking the bow from its chest, grabbing an arrow, knocking it, and firing it, this time firing it at Sieg.
It's shiny.
Wait. Yeah, because it's on the opposite side. So there's like, if you were thinking of the 4 of you, with the front line and the back line, there's 2 behind you, 1 of each, 2 in front of you, 1 of each.
Okay. Got it.
And that will be a miss as well, because they are not hitting on a 62. So the 2 arrows crisscross over your formation, each of you ducking as the arrows, it's not even a proper whistle.
There's no actual fletching. It's just this.
The fletching is barren and ragged, and it bounces off the walls, and you can hear the arrows plinking into the stones. It is still my activations.
Oh, guys.
Oh no.
We're slow this time.
They are also fast. So,
Well, this is
using their
perception-based.
trait fast on their feet, they get to use the charge maneuver for 1 AP.
Oof.
So one of the ones with the buckler and dagger, a buckler and blade, pitted blade, rush in and swings at Sable. Let's see. You're better at this. Still can't roll for shit. I'm getting new percentiles.
I know the feeling. I've gone
You
through
want
2
some
sets
dice?
and I need to
I'm gonna go with this.
get different ones.
I have plenty of percentiles, thankfully.
Damn it. One day he's gonna take me up on my offer. I'm relentless. I'll
It
be here for the rest
runs
of your
in,
life.
and you can smell the rotted flesh on its breath.
Maybe I'll use my Labrador eyeballs.
It reeks. Its breath as bruised and greened as its flesh. As it swings, and you're able to pull the fan out and brush the blades away, dodging them
Your way.
as it swings.
Can I borrow that for a second?
The next one rushes in and tries to stab the good doctor.
Oh. Oh.
And it will hit.
Oh no!
Protect.
Protect the healer, guys! Jesus!
So who wants to parry for the doctor?
Okay, so just clarification for my abilities. I
If he
can parry. I can parry if he fails.
Yes, he could.
Yes, he can
has to
try.
roll and
Okay,
see,
he can
yeah.
try first then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So
a minute of
what would
peace.
the good doctor's parry be?
His parry is a 36.
Oh, buddy.
Okay. Is this a standard? Or
Yeah.
yeah, just
Yeah. First Friday.
Oh,
fun.
thank you.
Oh,
Look at that.
Holy shit.
That is that's a
30. It's a success.
That's a
That's
30.
a success?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. By the way, five gift subs from First Friday Funk. Thank you. We're collecting for the ACLU though. Please donate.
Donation bar that's underneath.
Don't worry
right
about
there.
supporting us today. Help the cause. That's what we're here for today.
So yeah, he
He
succeeded.
parries. So you see him go into his coat across his hips, and he pulls out in his left hand that broad-looking bone saw-like implement, and in the other hand a long, slender boning knife. And with the flat of the bone saw, you hear a clang as it bounces the metal, the rusted steel of the pitted blade away. It is now your activations. We clumped, it seems like.
Yeah. I can take a shot on the one you already hit. I have the range to do it.
Yeah.
You are currently engaged, so that will adjust your difficulty.
There's
Yeah,
two
the
of them
two-
came in, right? Yeah.
2 of them came in and are attacking you in melee. 2 of them are
Still ranged.
still holding bows.
Okay, got it.
So the one that's on our side with the bow didn't rush in as well.
No.
Mm.
There's the one that rushed in and the one with
Yeah.
the bow
There's
on
one
our
attacking
side.
each side in melee, and then there is one out on each side with a bow and the spear stabbed into the ground.
I mean, normally I would target priority whatever we damaged already, but that might make it difficult to do.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
I've already gone and you are currently engaged.
Yeah.
So I would remove what's on you currently.
Yeah.
So you and Seek can go after that one.
Mm-hmm.
The doctor can defend himself against the one that's on him.
All right. You want me to take care of the one in front of us or the range?
Yeah,
You're all engaged in one melee right now with,
Yeah.
with the 2, but you only have the 2 blade goals to deal with, or blade goblins if you want to call them goblins.
Blade goals sound
Blade
cool.
goals.
Yeah.
Goals wielding blades.
well, I mean, if it's gonna be hard to hit the ranged one, just go for the one that's right in front of you.
Yeah. All right. So as she's pulling the fan back, she'll also draw out the stiletto from her bodice and try and like lean in and defend Sieg a little bit as well.
So this is a AP system. Every turn you have 3 action points. Talents will adjust that for certain actions. So you have 3 AP. You have your weapon drawn. Sparhawk, thank you. $20. We are so close. Oh, and that did it.
What?
We are at 1340
Oh my goodness.
for our donations.
Yeah.
This is a very successful drive, guys.
Yeah.
And by the way, all of these donations are being matched by Daniel Fox, the creator and lead designer of Zweihander. So whatever you see on there on that bar, double it is going to the ACLU.
Try, I think.
All right.
So she's going to take aim.
Okay. Let me double check and make sure that doesn't require a test to do. I think you just do it with take aim. It is a special action. Take aim, spend 1 AP. Okay, so how many are you spending to do it?
1 AP.
1 AP? Okay, but
I get, yes.
because you have that metal fan that has the distraction quality to it, every time you take aim, I have to defend. Whoever is being attacked has to defend against dirty tricks because the fan catches light, it rattles, it's a distracting
Very much
implement.
so for simple minds.
So dirty tricks is a perilous stunt where they make.
I don't know if they resist it because when for the
They have to attempt. They
Okay.
immediately resist it.
Okay.
That's what distraction does.
Okay.
Your take aim also has dirty tricks tacked on, which means I have to resist dirty tricks with a
Guile test.
It's a guile test.
Yes.
Wow.
I have.
Oh
the
no
sheet too.
no. Normally, she would make a guile
Yeah.
test.
Oh, and
But I
then the
don't-
foe makes must resist awareness. So
Yeah, but you don't have to make the test.
I don't make the guile test. They just see they have to see if they notice it.
Mm-hmm.
I came along.
Which is a awareness. So
The
do they
shepherd
have
brought me
that?
with.
Oh, all right, not bad. See if they can. And they fail. Okay, so it is blinded. Now, as you sweep the fan across, it holds its buckler up in front of its face to defend its eyes, leaving its stomach wide open for a stab. Let's see if you can get the stab in now. So
okay.
it is your combat plus your rank in simple weapon,
Plus also my kindred warband.
plus your kindred warband, plus take aim.
Oh, so the take aim does another 10%?
Another 10%.
Oh, so it's a
So
75.
10.
you have a 75 to hit right now.
Correct. Watch me fuck this right on up.
Damn.
Nope, I didn't fuck it up. I hit.
It cannot parry or dodge because it is blinded. So you sneak that blade in there and immediately stab it.
Yes. All right. So that is going to be.
I need to double check and make sure I'm doing it right.
Yes,
'cause
please
that is
do.
super powerful. No, it's awesome. There should be things that make you badass in moments, and I want you guys to have that.
So normally my damage actually goes up because of the fan, so it'll do 6 damage. And then I also do an additional 1d6 injury on hit. So
Well-
roll for damage 1d6.
Roll for damage is you roll a fury die
Yes.
and then add your damage to that.
Okay. 5 plus 6.
Ow! 11. That
Well, that
is
on their tracker. Let's see what that for science we
that
must
takes
know.
some. All right, so you start out at uninjured. You then go to lightly wounded. Then below lightly wounded is moderately wounded. Then seriously wounded. Then grievously wounded. And then dead. Or slain or taken out of the fight, depending on some options and choices made in combat. So
I didn't know.
you broke. Not only did you go past his threshold, you went past 2 markers on his threshold.
Oh, I'm gonna need more D6s then. Yeah?
So you need to roll to see if you injured him. Because you took him down to moderately wounded.
So that means you get to roll 1d6 for moderate?
Well,
Yeah,
I do additional
nah.
D6 on him.
Because it's vicious,
Yeah.
she rolls an
So
extra
2D6.
chaos die for injury.
Oh, yeah.
So,
that's right.
roll 2d6. If either of them come up a 6, you have injured him.
No.
No injury. All right. The blade goes in, and it jabs through, but it's all within the folds of the leather. But the impact made its mark, and you see him crumple up a little bit from the impact and step back a couple of steps. Sieg's turn,
Yep.
because it's Sieg and the doctor is all that's left.
Yeah, and then Sieg will like just be like, okay, you're good, doctor, you got it good. He'll take a swing at the Vildatrol.
Okay. The same one that's been hit already.
Yeah, by
Sable, Mistress
yes.
Sable.
So yeah, I'll swing at it with because he's got his wooden shield and he's currently has equipped out his mortuary sword.
All right, so it's a combat roll. You got your skill rank in
Yep.
martial melee.
So my skill for this is a 65. That is a 50. So that's a success.
That'll hit. It is blinded. It cannot attack back. It cannot defend itself.
That is unfortunate for him.
Roll damage.
All right. So damage on mortuary sword is 10
plus your d6.
Plus my d6.
Plus your fury die.
My fury die.
You get your.
Oh, that's a 6.
Yeah.
That
So it
explodes.
So I'll roll another die. That's a 2. So that'll be 10,
18.
18 damage. And that the mortuary sword is also vicious.
So that goes to. Damn, he's down to grievously wounded. So roll.
We made a fine teamwork of that.
Yes, we
Roll a
did.
seriously wounded.
So that's 2
2d6.
Yeah, I forget. I just want to remember the name. So the fury die are for when we're attacking, but then when we're causing injuries, we call them
Chaos dice.
chaos dice. Okay, so for the first one, for
Wait.
chaos.
Now it's a serious wound, so it's 2d6 normally. Vicious, so it's 3d6.
Okay, so this first one, oh shoot, I don't have enough d6s. I was
Borrow?
I was a fool. I didn't think I would be. What was I thinking? Wow, this one's a lot heavier than mine. Oh, that's
They served
two.
you well.
That's 2 6s.
2 6s.
That's 2 6s. 2 moderately.
That'll do. The mortuary sword flies in as Sieg steps forward, and it cuts in just at the shoulder, slides down to the middle of the sternum, and pulls out its blood a darker red than you're used to as you pull the sword away, and it crumples to the ground in a bloody mess. It is now the doctor's turn. Do you wish for him to attempt to attack?
As long as he saves at least 1 for parrying, right? If someone tries to hit him.
Yeah, he's down to 2 AP, so 1 more.
Standard hit.
1 AP standard hit.
Yeah.
I don't know what his attacks are or his abilities.
Nope,
So-
no idea.
He's equipped with with his blade. That boning knife counts as a dirk,
No, similar.
and the other thing in his offhand is a defensive item. It counts as a buckler. The bones, it's not good enough to be considered but it's good for his hand, so it counts. It has defensive, so it's just
Okay.
for his parrying ability.
So he is a dirk.
He has a dirk
Yeah.
and a 36 combat bonus
Okay.
with no ranks
Same for me.
in simple melee.
Except I have a 39. We are
I'm sorry,
very...
not his bonus, his combat skill. His
Out of
combat skill.
curiosity, what's would he be able to do anything like Litany of Hatred or Inspiring Words?
Absolutely, he could try.
Well, he needs to have certain skills.
Yes, Intimidate or Leadership. What is his
He
fellowship
has
bonus?
neither of those.
Then he cannot.
Well, he can do the Intimidate. It's just
Oh, yeah.
yes.
It's his fellowship is a 38.
You know what? It's a support.
There's 3 more that are alive, so even that bonus would be enough to get that.
If it ends up not working, I can always do it myself. Right.
Okay.
So do you want to do that instead of attacking?
Actually, his fellowship bonus is a 4 because of the Brithen.
Okay.
He's better off than
ancestry.
attacking.
All right, so
Right.
let's have him attack then.
No,
Not attacking or attacking.
I just said he's better. That's
Better
which
off
is-
doing the litany.
Yeah.
Oh,
doing
What's
okay.
his brawn? Because that's intimidation.
Isn't
Isn't it intimidation?
Yeah, it's based off intimidation.
That's
so
brawn.
it is that's a 35.
So he's better at attacking than intimidating.
Yep. Okay.
All right, so you're gonna have him attack.
Yep.
Roll.
And with
He is attacking the one with the shield with the buckler.
No. What is the?
He's
What
a
is this?
36.
36? No. So.
Okay.
close. Very close.
He steps forward and he doesn't really have a fighting form. You can see he has a finger along the edge of the blade, almost the way someone would hold a scalpel. Not a real combat grip. But he moves himself in a way that he's not afraid to try and hold his own. But without any kind of proper training, the goal is able to bounce side to side. Its knees bent high, and it's almost skittering its hands towards the ground, almost like foot and hand crawling, not on its knees, but it's in a deep. It goes down into a deep crouch, and moves back.
The children from the strain.
Yes, the way they move.
Yeah.
But this is an
Correct.
adult-sized person.
Yeah.
It's 5'6" if it stands up, but it's
Emaciated.
curled
and-
up, emaciated. It has a hunched back. You can see underneath its hide, you can see a very exaggerated spinal ridge down its back, some of the bone peeking out. So, top of the initiative order, your activation, because Sable got the initiative on that one. Who's activating?
Either range or I could do litany.
Do the litany.
That would only be 1 AP to do,
Mm-hmm.
and then I can. Would you to shoot with pistol means I have to. It would be an action to swap weapons, right?
No, you would drop your stiletto to draw the pistol.
Which means I would then have to pick up my knife again.
Yes.
Or, I don't really want to do.
Don't like that idea. Like it.
I could hold it for parrying then. Just do litany.
Yeah.
And hold 2 AP to parry?
I mean, I'm also here to help parry to protect
I'll
you.
do a stab afterwards.
Okay.
Yeah.
No
that's
take aim?
Standard, no take aim
So
there.
you're saving 1.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
so roll
starting
your
with the
litany.
Yes.
So, Litany of Hatred is a specific perilous stunt. Nope.
It's
It
a
is. I'm
special
sorry. It is a
action.
special
Yes.
action. Basically, you get to use some of your social skills to intimidate the foe and and debuff them. Basically, you reduce their ability to soak damage. So let's see. They make the roll. There is no resistance.
Yes.
So roll your intimidation.
My silver tongue doesn't apply to the charm in this.
No.
Okay. Then it's just a standard.
And she has the ability to use her
65.
charm instead of her intimidate when
Yes.
she makes intimidation tests
Just
because
prodding with the fucking fan.
what is that?
Disgusting.
What is that one called?
Stand and deliver.
Oh, stand and deliver.
Yeah.
Your special profession trait.
Mhm.
Nice.
So rolling under 65, unless there's a difficulty rating.
No.
Okay.
No, I will let you know if the difficulty ratings change, but as it stands, it's standard. Combat attacks are standard.
Can I use a fortune
To reroll. Absolutely. All right. Fortune flips.
I forgot that we had those, and I've never used it in this game, so it flips it, right?
Yeah, it flips it. So now it's.
Oh, then it succeeds.
5
Then it
and
would
4.
be a 58.
No.
No, you have to.
You have to re-roll it, but
Okay.
it flips the fortune to
Sorry,
misfortune.
yes, sorry, you confused me when you just said flip because of the flip mechanic. I'm like,
There's
But regardless of what it is, you gotta take this one.
they say you flip the coin over. Normally you're supposed to have a number of coins heads up for every player plus one, and then when you use it you flip it to tails, and that makes it misfortune for me.
still a failure.
Still a failure.
Yes.
All right, so you start shouting at them in Brithen, and it seems to just fly over their heads. It's like they don't
Unintelligible
even.
creatures. They have no idea what it is I'm saying to them. All right, and then a step,
Then step.
and then a step,
Then a step.
step. So it's just a standard 65 right now.
Mm-hmm. What'd you roll?
Oh no.
Crit
I
fail?
can't see it from here.
Guys, I think I just rolled a crit fail.
What is it?
0, 0, 0.
That's 100.
That's 100.
Yes. So either we.
No, it's not.
99 is.
Crit fail is 99. 100 is not. 100 is just a failure.
Okay. Okay. Very ominous looking in the tray. I don't care for it much at all.
It is very ominous, but
Don't like it. Don't like it at all. Don't like anything that just happened.
it's essentially you rolled. It's like you rolled a 10 and a 0.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's why it's 100, but it's not
That's why it's not. Okay.
a double.
The more you know. Yep. Nope. That's it. I'm a big old failure. Please move on and pretend like nothing happened. Because nothing
Like most of me
happened.
this episode, it's fine.
Yes.
All right. So, but it's no worse failure than any other failure. So you
Should well
you
enough
move
last round.
forward, lashing out with your stiletto, and it again dodges side to side, moving and weaving in the amongst the combat. And it moves back at you. Stab you.
Is it blind still?
No, that one's dead.
That one's
That's
dead.
right.
I
That is
took it out.
right.
It will hit on a 15.
So now you're parry.
So you wish to parry. Okay.
Yes.
So because of your stand and deliver, you get to use your charm skill to parry instead of your combat, instead of the simple weapon rank. So,
I succeed.
okay.
Fuck right off.
It
You
bounces back a couple of times. It rushes in and takes 3 swipes, and using the fan, you're able to brush them away, coming back up and holding it in front of your face after your defenses. Okay. Next. They still get to go. 2 arrows are going to be loosed in your direction as they as it takes 1 AP to load, and then 1 AP to fire. Loading bows counts. You need to take the action to draw a new arrow.
Mm-hmm.
So the first one knocks and aims at.
Is this still the boy that I hit?
I think he's still alive, yeah.
He's still alive.
Oh, yeah,
both
he
of
is
them,
definitely
both
still
of them are
alive.
still alive. He's just not
Okay.
happy about the bruise you put into his chest.
Okay.
This one he's firing at Sieg though.
Okay.
That'll be a 34, so that will hit.
Okay.
Your
I can.
dodge is a 45?
It is dodge.
Yeah, so I
so
can-
it's a coordination test.
Yeah, so that's only a 45 for me. Not as good.
Yeah, believe me,
Need that metal
my
shield.
dodge is a 42.
No. Oh no.
Oh no.
That's a crit fail. That's a 55.
Well,
Fortune doesn't get rid of critical
you
failures.
take
Yeah.
7 peril.
7 okay, that's just the peril threshold.
We had the 6 from before, right? Doesn't it stack?
Shit roll.
Doesn't the peril stack the 6 from before?
No.
Oh.
It didn't break the threshold.
No, every
Okay.
time you might get a new level if it breaks it, but if it never breaks the peril threshold, it won't.
It's
Okay.
nice.
Damn it.
So, but so,
Mhm.
okay, so my peril threshold 7, and because that was a 7, it broke it?
No peril, but it still hits you.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Damage.
Wait, your peril threshold is a 7,
Yes.
and I rolled a 7,
Yes.
so it did. So you take 1 level of peril.
Wasn't it when you?
Yeah, I thought you said before, if
It's the threshold it needs to pass. That's the threshold it needs to get past.
So by that logic, when you had a 6 and I have a 6, I should have taken peril earlier.
Nope, then we'll stick to that for now.
Okay.
That it did not.
Okay.
Regardless, moving on to damage.
Yes.
Okay.
Learning new things.
Damn it.
Systems.
Where's your short bow damage? It does 7 physical damage. It's doing 7 damage to you.
7 is also my damage threshold.
So it doesn't. The arrow flies in and it scrapes across your armor, making you feel rather uncomfortable, but not causing damage. All right. Next shot is being fired at Mr. Sable. The one that's also causing massive amounts of trouble.
But it is
missed.
shooting into melee, so.
It will miss as it flies overhead. It's aiming for the head. They're not smart. They don't go for center mass. As an arrow whizzes through your heads and clangs off and spikes off the wall towards the back, away from you. It is your activations. So Sieg, Anya, and the Doctor have yet to activate.
Which is the one that you rush towards or rush towards you?
Well, the one that rushed in towards us is quite dead, but there's our ranged one still. Then you have one melee on your side.
No,
one
I know,
ranged.
but which one did you attack after that one died?
There's the melee one.
Okay,
There's
so
only
the
the
one
melee
that's on
one
the
left.
Doctor.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure because
Well,
you were
it's-
on the other side with how
But
that
we're all
worked.
still
Yeah.
engaged together.
It's all one engagement, so you're all technically in melee, in a single melee, like together.
Okay.
So,
So doing magic from a melee to someone outside of it would increase the difficulty rating as if I'm doing ranged
Nope.
attacks?
no,
Okay.
incantation's different.
Bitch, you're magical.
6 more times. No, you guys go for it.
Well, I
Get rid of
mean-
the melee one first, at least.
Well,
Yeah.
there's the okay. I was about to say, like, there's still the ranged one that you could take out too.
Yes, which I will eventually, but if we can get this one out of here, I can probably.
Have a better
Wait.
chance of hitting.
All right, then Sig will try giving this one a slice and just try to hit it.
Okay, with a overhead strike, what's he doing? Is he moving in? Is he trying to slam a shield into them?
He's probably gonna he'll come up from behind the Doctor, so shove him aside a little bit, and then just try to do a cross body slash.
Okay, all right. Moving in with some momentum. I mean, it's within the same engagement, so it's not a lot of move, so it doesn't count as a movement.
Yep. That'll be a success. That was 35.
All right, that hits. Let's see if now he has his ability to defend himself.
So his ability to parry.
So he parries on a 65, actually.
Oh wow, that's decent. Fairly decent.
But he will roll a crit fail. I
So-
rolled a 66.
Oh, that hurts so much.
Ah.
Oh no. Oh, poor buddy.
And he's going to take 2 levels of peril.
Oh. Okay, so I'm
You're not
rolling.
supposed to feel bad for this.
I know.
guy.
I know, but
I-
still, it's like, ooh, we relate.
So okay, so I roll my 1 fury dice.
So that means he can't use his skill ranks now because he went from what is it? It's not what is it?
Unhindered?
Unhindered? Yeah, he went from unhindered past
Imperiled.
imperiled and
To
into
Ignore 1 skill.
ignore 1 skill rank.
Yikes.
Alright, so I'm rolling my fury dice.
Yep.
Yes, okay. Oh, boo.
What'd you roll?
A 1.
A 1?
Plus.
So, yeah, I know, plus the damage still. So that's 11 damage.
It's still 11 damage, and it's still 1 past his second threshold.
Ooh. Okay.
So you do 2 damage, which means you have gone to...
The moderately wounded.
He is moderately wounded now.
So I would roll 1 normally, but because it's a vicious, I roll 2 chaos
See if you-
die to see
2
if I
chaos
injure
die.
him.
Let's see. Any 6s?
Nope.
Nope. All right.
Moving on.
He attempted to parry, but the buckler went wide because Sig did kind of like a little pump fake for a second and then slashed, opening up his guard. And the blade came across, scraping and slamming into his chest across the leathers. It leaves an open scar, an open cut across his leathers, and you can see that dark, oozing blood, but nothing too deep. You know that you didn't really hurt him, and you didn't cause enough damage to set him into a bleed. So, next activation, who do you want to go?
Our doctor might be able to take him out. Maybe a little
Want the
bit.
doctor to try and hit him?
You want to try and remove him from the... so that you have a better chance of hitting the one.
Well,
in
it
range.
doesn't matter. It's not going to affect the magic. I just meant more for strategy, being able to get him out of melee and everything without having to take attacks. So I can attack the range one.
What's your thought?
I really don't want to because it's limited. So I will actually.
You want to thwack him with the staff?
Yeah, it's the only thing but that does 3 damage.
Yeah, it's not really effective.
It's a goblin. Try it.
I will
Okay,
attempt.
to give you the math, his damage threshold is 4.
Ew, it's 1 above mine.
Yes, I do 3 damage though.
But then you
Literally
also
just
roll a
three.
die,
You
though.
roll a die with it.
It's defensive.
You always roll a fury die when you attack. Defensive just means you add 10 when you parry. So damage is always d6 plus your damage.
I didn't know that because I was only reading the other things, and that's how I played it last time too. So I
Well-
didn't know that you had to roll anything.
Oh no, you always get a
I
d6.
thought you only got that if it was vicious or something.
No,
That's
no.
extra injury.
Yeah, that's for the injuries,
Yeah,
but
you
like
get a d6,
still,
it's a d6
yeah.
plus your damage.
Okay, I'll attempt to hit it with my staff
Just imagine her panicking. Like,
Okay.
because the doctor and I basically have the same combat skill.
It's worth swinging.
What's swinging? I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do it.
I succeed.
Whoa, all right.
I rolled an 8.
Nice.
Divine intervention. I mean, what?
All right.
Getting some paladin guidance over there.
All right, so roll a d6.
That's 5 damage.
5 total damage.
Mhm.
All right, that goes over it. And you actually...
If it is pummeling?
Pummeling, that means that it cannot cause grievous wounds.
Yeah.
I believe. Let me double check that. I have a quick reference that I printed out.
I like
the
the little
quality.
bookmark sticker.
Let me get that out quick. Next page for pummeling. Pummeling. Let's see. They can never cause serious or grievous injuries.
Mhm.
Okay, they can only cause moderate injuries. So pummeling, so you don't cause an injury, but you do take him down another mark on the health track. He is now seriously wounded. Yeah, right. Because it goes. I'm still like learning the health tracker myself.
Yes, so it's moderately, then seriously, then grievously, then slain.
Yeah, so seriously, he's seriously wounded right now. Okay. The good doctor.
Yes. He should know where to strike somebody. Familiar with anatomy. Maybe
I
he
think it's
can...
36, right?
36?
Is his combat skill.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, let's see. He fails.
He fails.
Yes.
Okay.
But at least he has 2 AP for parrying / dodging.
Again, he tries to move in, tracing with the blade, and it doesn't find a home.
It's fine. He's keeping them busy.
All right. Top of the initiative roster.
Question, am I able to use my take aim dirty tricks with the pistol for ranged things? Or is it? Can I only use it?
No. Take aim is any action where you increase your combat bonus. And the dirty tricks is done with the fan.
Okay.
So yes, you can.
Okay. Because we still have that ranged one that, if blinded, I imagine it'd be very difficult to shoot a bow at us. Yes. Matt?
I don't know how that works
Wait a
mechanically for blinding, because I think it's
Check.
only dodging and...
No. The blinded effect comes from dirty tricks.
Yeah.
So
What are we looking up?
doesn't say that it needs to be within a specific range. I'm going to treat it so that we don't go spelunking through books right now, but make a note to check and see if Dirty Tricks has a range. Right now, I'm going to say that you can do it from range. So, you take aim, I have to resist.
Yes.
Dirty Tricks is an awareness test.
So are you dropping your blade?
Yeah.
Ah, fuck, he failed. He failed because the rank from Peril that he can't use, all of his skill ranks are gone. So, he fails that. He would have passed it. I rolled a 50. He normally has a perception of 45. Add on his awareness, which would make it a 55. But he doesn't have the skill point because of the peril from the critical fail on his defense. So, he's blinded. And you have plus 10 to your attack.
Yes. Okay. So that would succeed.
Okay.
So Sable, sheathing away the stiletto, actually pulls from within the pockets of her skirt the pistol and is going to take a shot at the one.
You drop it.
Yeah.
So she throws it into the ground, and pulling her hand up, from her skirts, she produces her pistol.
There. That
Levels
is
it.
gunpowder and volatile. 7 damage.
I think it's crit fails is when volatile comes into play. That's
The quality
volatile.
for the pistol.
Gunpowder means that you can't dodge it. Blah blah blah. Okay, so how much damage again?
6. No.
7.
7. Still beats the threshold, and this was shooting at the one
With
in
the
combat.
bow.
Oh, the bow. Okay.
Which also should have been hit already.
Yes.
You could mop that one.
Yes,
That's really
yes.
easy. That one's hurt right now.
So
The
please
one in melee still.
Oh, yeah.
roll an injury.
2.
Oh, injury. You'd think pistols would be vicious.
You would think.
So
you
it-
would think.
I looked up the Litany of Hatred. It says when you're in an engagement
What about it?
to do the Litany of Hatred.
But we were looking at dirty,
Dirty
tricks.
tricks.
Oh, no, shit. I meant Dirty Tricks. I was saying
Dirty
the wrong
tricks
thing.
is when you're in an engagement.
Yes.
Okay, so for the future, you need to be in melee contact with
Okay.
an enemy to do dirty tricks.
The thing I was looking at that was interesting is for like things like Litany of Hatred, Inspiring Words, depending on what state you're in peril-wise, actually changes the difficulty threshold. So if you're like uninjured, it's actually a lot easier to do those types of things.
Well, yeah, because you're not hurt yet.
yeah, no, I was like,
Yeah.
oh, this is
There's
interesting
some
because I looked at the
talents,
book.
by the way, that flip it and make you more menacing the more damage you've taken.
Like a berserker kind of?
Yep.
Nice.
All right.
All right.
Okay. Their turn.
Mm.
The one with the pitted blade moves in and attempts to stab the one who just pulled a gun.
I didn't shoot you.
I
With
bopped
a
him in the head
70,
with a
he
stick.
will miss.
Yes, he does.
The pitted, rusted iron blade slashing through the air does not find a home. 2 more arrows are drawn, knocked, and loose. One of them sent, just a little ginger with $50 to the donation. We are 10 away from 1,400. You guys have been awesome tonight. by the way.
Fucking ridiculous.
Fucking
In the best way.
Yeah.
champions.
I'm super excited. Our first time ever doing a charity night, and I was afraid like, what?
One arrow is going at Sable. One arrow is going at Seek.
Mm-hmm.
The one that fired at Sable is going to hit.
Okay, so I'm going to try and dodge.
That's a coordination agility test.
Okay, so that's going to be a under a 42. Probably gonna take this one.
Second one's gonna miss.
I do not.
You dodged?
Fuck off.
All right. This one fired at your head actually looks like it's gonna hit. But you duck down and it flies through the lace.
It's quite the musketeer robe.
You feel it ruffle your hat
Enough pins in there. I don't need another.
as it clangs off the wall. It is now your Ghoulie, making it the even 1400. Awesome!
Favorite child.
Yes. Favorite child.
Favorite child.
If we can get another $100, that would mean grand total with us being matched, we would raise $3,000 for the ACLU. If we can get just another 100, that would be an awesome round number donation.
I love our OCD-driven need for round numbers.
It would be odd, but when you start throwing in cents,
All
then
right.
it just gets frustrating.
It's your activations now.
Yes.
Alright.
There's that one in front of us still.
Alright, and that one was moderately injured?
No, that one is seriously injured, I believe.
Oh, like because you bopped it?
Yes, but I
Yes.
can't cause injuries.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I
so-
can cause injuries.
Yes, you can.
If you don't mind,
Please do.
Sig will give like a psalm
Oh my god,
head
Deep
nod.
did it!
Deep, you mad lad.
Yes, we are now balls deep in round numbers.
$1,500 for the ACLU. You guys are awesome.
Sig will give like a solemn nod of approval to Anya as he then goes to
You hit the thing.
approval.
Now I'll kill it.
We'll go for just like an overhead swing onto this guy. Give it a shot. Give it a
We
swing.
shot high for 5,000, but anything that we put together, honestly, $3,000 for the ACLU from everybody involved is going to be fantastic.
Oh. This wasn't routine for any reason, was it?
Nope.
Dang, so close. 67. Ooh, can I use
Yeah.
a fate?
Yeah, you should use. It's almost the end of the night. These don't
Fortune.
roll over,
Fortune.
right?
Yeah.
Do not roll over.
Use it.
Okay, I can use it?
Yeah.
Reroll
Yeah,
that shit.
thanks for asking.
Yep.
Yeah. No. You know what? Pirates has trained us all very well.
Yeah.
Right. Oh,
Oh no, that's even worse.
that's worse.
It's not a critical failure, but it was a worse number.
It was a failure.
A miss is a swing and a miss.
You still take the better result unless it's a crit fail.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Oh well, I mean,
Still.
So like
still
if you
fail.
spend the fortune, you're like, no, I want the crit success.
Okay.
If you're fishing for them crits.
You're getting greedy.
wow, yeah, that's a major greed.
Yeah. I think we like saving it to for when we fail abysmally.
Yeah, for when the fuck ups happen.
Yeah.
Evil no oh my god. $11.11 from evil numbers person.
That is
Wow. That's a really niche calling in life.
I would blame Klug, but he left. So
you can't put it on
I can't
Klug.
blame it on him anymore.
All right. I don't think.
So you missed.
Yeah, I think after missing, I don't really think.
Unless you can't attack again.
No.
Yeah.
So I can't do perilous stun is counted as an attack.
Nope. They are separate.
They are separate. So
Yeah.
I could, in theory, if I wanted to.
Do a perilous stunt, yes.
You could.
Usually you want to do them before you start. So that you can-
Yeah. No, I'll just wait.
Bide your time. If
Yeah.
you say it like that, it sounds menacing.
Sounds yeah.
So
Sounds
Bide
like,
your
great.
time.
for example, you could do Splinter Shield and possibly ruin his shield, which means he can't parry as well.
Does he have a shield?
Yeah, he has a
He's got
buckler.
buckler.
He's gonna attack. Foe must resist toughness or shield is ruined.
Give it a whirl. We
Yeah.
haven't used that one
All
yet.
right, sure.
New
I mean,
things.
and I still have, and because
And
of
then you'd
me
s-
being a man at arms, I get an extra AP for parrying and
Yeah.
dodging.
So you would have 2 defensive AP left.
Yeah, so sure, yeah, I'll try to fuck up that buckler. Just rip it off his
You
arm.
can shatter it. It's a wooden buckler.
Can't
Okay.
imagine it's a
Shit.
castle crafted fucking item.
But I'll eventually get a menacing demeanor. Would Litany of Hatred do mental peril to them as well, since it's intimidation? If I succeed on intimidation, they take mental
Yes.
peril.
Yes.
So a splinter shield is I make a combat-based skill test.
So martial melee.
Oh, it's a martial melee. Ooh. So okay.
Combat-based skill. So
Okay.
whatever you're wielding is used. So
Okay.
you're using your mortuary blade. That is martial melee. That means make a martial melee test. Let's see what happens to the shield.
Okay. So the skill is 65.
Mm-hmm.
That is a 30. So that will succeed.
That will succeed. Awesome. And is there resistance? No.
Wait, no. It says the foe must resist. Oh no.
Foe must resist toughness. Okay. It makes a tough.
How tough are you?
Yeah.
How tough are you?
Not tough enough. Because I rolled a 46.
His entire body's a living bruise.
You swipe for its head, it ducks down, putting its shield up, and you take that moment to swing the blade around and come down over top. Slamming the blade in, it gets lodged, and as you rip backwards, it just rips to pieces the leather and rivets that was holding the planks of wood together, just turning it into kindling around it. It sits there holding a handle.
No!
And the blade, as it grimaces at you and lets out this.
Yeah.
I could do it too!
All right.
So do we got the good doctor left, or?
Yeah, Doctor
Yeah.
gets to make his action now.
I guess we'll have him go for a bop.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe he'll get a hit in at
Do
the
you want me
end
to
of
roll
the night.
for it, or do
Yeah.
you want to roll?
If
Okay.
not, if he doesn't get a single hit before the end of the night, we're going to tease him unrelentingly. You can't be that arrogant and not get a single hit.
What is his
I'm a doctor.
attack
not a
skill?
soldier.
Clearly.
What's his combat skill?
36.
Ah, nope, 59. That's a miss.
Okay.
Well, he tried.
Was that everyone's activations?
Did I go this turn?
Yeah,
No,
you
last
did a-
turn is when I did the.
Yeah, you haven't gone this
Oh,
turn yet.
no, I haven't
Yeah.
gone. Finish him.
Finish him.
Finish it. I don't know if I can.
You can take aim and then swing. You can
No,
still
I
slay
meant like
him.
I wasn't sure if I could still slay using
Yes.
a pummeling weapon.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
no.
It just won't cause injuries.
Just doesn't cause injuries, which can make life even worse.
But if our goal is to just kill him, you can definitely still
Oh.
You
kill
still
him.
brain him with a fucking
Yeah,
stick.
I'll take aim and attempt.
I will be your shield.
I still have an AP left.
Okay.
Be alright.
I mean, unless you want to super duper take aim.
No. Oh look, it's a critical success.
Yeah!
Yeah.
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 Oh, you're the Blood Slayer.
So I
you
rolled an
go.
11.
Blood for the blood
Yeah.
gods.
Oh no. Oh, wrong. Nope.
It's a critical success.
Nice.
I don't know what that means in combat because it's not a spell.
Uh,
I didn't read up on actual hitting things.
Sure. Didn't think it pertained to you. I
In
understand it.
8 damage.
critical success. Oh, wait. In cases where the attacker rolls critical success to strike with an attack action, the defender is left defenseless to it. So I couldn't make a parry even if I wanted to. Well, he could have parried with just the blade, but he didn't have the plus 10.
Mm.
But because you rolled crit, he doesn't even get to try.
Mhm.
You
take
just
it.
do damage.
8.
8? That is another knockdown. So it's another one. He is grievously wounded.
Close.
Previously.
It cracks, and you see a good, like 4 or 5 teeth, and a piece of the ridge underneath his gums break off.
Oh.
And fly to the ground, his teeth coming across and then bowing up as you snapped off what looked like a piece of his skull in the process.
And I'm just in the back going, don't get caught on my staff, don't get caught on my staff, don't get caught on my staff.
You can have it as fuck, please.
He spits to the ground, looks back up at you, his jaw, his teeth extending forward as his eyes go wide. Kind of looks like the vampire's teeth from Blood.
Oh, yeah.
That's what
Last
they look
vampire.
like in
yeah.
the face.
Remember the movie
I'll
Blood
show
Last
you what that is.
Vampire?
I'll
I
show
haven't
you.
seen it.
It's fun.
Sage is offline.
I don't watch a lot of stuff.
It's anime though. I expected you filthy mutant.
I don't watch anime movies unless it's something I watch.
did
I
have a
normally watch
series.
the.
Anyway,
Yes. Okay.
let's get through
Sorry,
this.
We'll
We
fix
are
this.
way past, but I got really excited and
The
you know,
descriptions were well worth.
getting into that. All right, so next is top of the initiative. Everyone's activations refresh. Who wants to activate first in the round?
We still have
The
the
one melee. Do we still have both of the archers?
blinded one archer, right?
One archer is blinded still until he activates,
Yeah.
Which will be after this.
which means he'll
Yeah.
automatically fail anything
I can hit him.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go for it.
I'm gonna pull out another Rubedo.
and fire off a magic missile.
Yes.
All right,
I.
another stone comes out,
I'm just like,
held
I
in the
really don't want to break a skull.
held in the palm of your hand as you gesture outward. That wave of force, does it manifest? Let's see.
I'll find out.
Yeah, because you don't expend it unless you cast it. So
Mhm.
That's way super nice.
That's
I
forgiving
appreciate
yeah.
in
that.
a good way.
I succeed.
nice, because it's routine, because it's generalist petty.
Uh-huh.
All right, and it's a D10 plus your wisdom bonus,
Which is
Willpower.
gross.
willpower bonus. Sorry.
Blind.
15.
Oh, that's a lot.
Oof,
Yeah.
oof, in the ah.
Is this the one that you hit before?
The one that's currently.
Yeah, it's the one
Yeah.
that's 2.
It doesn't cause injuries,
No.
though.
Oh.
That's for later spells. Should season 2 happen?
Depending on. Yeah, should season 2 happen?
Powers in everyone's hands.
This one comes out with much greater force and even leaves a vertical wake in the air, almost like there was an invisible pond in front of you that you just dropped a stone into. As
Oh, the stone?
the
Maybe why
heat, the heat haze flies out, and that bolt of force slams into his chest, again taking another 3 steps backwards, blind to the world around him. Before he's able to shake his head, blink his eyes, as he draws an arrow and fires it, missing horribly.
Listen, the
Do it
bars
again, do it
set
again,
very
do it
low
again.
with these guys. It's gonna make it very eye-opening when we get our asses fucking wrecked by something else.
Another arrow flies errantly overhead. The firing into this fight. They actually don't take negatives because they don't care about each other.
Okay.
If you're trying not to hit your friends,
Mm.
you take negatives. If you're just firing into melee,
Yeah, fuck, if you dies, he dies.
yeah.
How liberating.
The one with the pitted blade reaches into its shirt and throws a handful of blood in Sieg's direction.
Wow. Oh, that's
It
gonna
has
give
to
me...
roll. All right, so it
Tricks.
rolls guile.
Bacteria.
I
Bacteria.
rolled a 4, so it succeeds.
Oh, wow.
You roll awareness, please,
Okay.
as a defense.
35. Let's see. No, that's a 73.
You are not blinded for this turn,
Ah.
as it moves into stab. As the blood splatters across your face, you close your eyes in time. It doesn't get in your eyes,
Yeah.
but in that moment of your eyes being closed, it takes advantage to run in and stab.
There's still a sticky red fluid on my eyes.
It rolled a 3. It will damage.
Oh, the son of a bitch.
You can't parry right now.
Or, yeah, no.
It's I have to roll
Wow,
to see
you are
how much
nerfed
damage it
when
does.
You can't parry. You are the parry machine.
It rolled to 6 damage.
I am
Doesn't break your fucking
I am
threshold,
strong.
does it?
I am strong, boy. I am...
It went on me.
Yeah, same.
So it goes over your eyes. You're blinded. Blood in your eyes. Shield is kind of wavering. Takes a step in. Goes to stab. And catches on your leather.
Deep does give you misfortune, so don't be too sad. He's gonna kill us.
I can't use it to reroll fury.
I just thought maybe it would be a good distraction for your sadness.
It makes me feel better. Thank you, Deep. It's a good consolation prize.
I mean, you can use it to get an additional AP on their turn.
But I can't attack multiple times.
No, but you can do more tricks. It doesn't say
I'm
you
already blinded by
right back 2
blood.
seconds. Sorry.
Well, when you
Blinded.
when you activate, which you haven't done yet this turn,
Yeah.
you'll be able to shake it off.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so that's not too bad then.
No.
He did pull a sneaky fast one though.
He did. So like logic wise, if you can use it for AP, I could technically take aim, which gives me the dirty tricks as well, and then use it.
The melee one.
Oh, I wasn't saying like doing that now. I was like hypothetically being like, if I had the extra AP, then I can do. I'm just figuring out the additional things.
Trying to find out how big of a combo.
Yes, I was trying to figure out combos. I can't help myself.
So like if you did take aim with 2 AP, give you an even better chance.
Yeah.
When you do your take aim, you also do the dirty tricks.
Correct.
So, but that gets cast for free when you do take aim with the fan, right?
Yes.
Okay. So then an attack would be 1 AP still, and then
I would still be able to parry, thankfully.
Ooh. Okay. If you had 4 AP, you could do a take aim with 1 AP. Then you could do called shots.
Oh, that's right.
With 2 AP, where you make a combat-based test,
And then you wouldn't have anything left over for parry.
No, but that's what I'm there for, to help with the parry. But I'm just saying, if we're looking for like optimal,
later on, like
optimal,
we're really trying to figure out when we can like
because I mean,
do serious damage.
Well, yeah, because the call shot means they can't dodge a parry, so it would be.
But if I did dirty tricks anyway, they wouldn't be able to.
Called shots can also be used to hit weak points if you think there's something on somebody.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
right.
Like certain monsters
the
might
dirty
have
track
a
works.
spot on them that would cause extra damage.
Yeah.
Or is a weakness.
I see.
So. Let's keep this going.
Yep. Let's get this.
Your activations.
I want to go so I'm not blinded by this blood as he's kind of just like trying to wipe it off
that's
his
disgusting.
eyes.
Easy with the back of your gauntlet.
And
Oh,
he's
ow.
just going to go for like
It's a leather
thrusting.
gauntlet.
Just go for a thrusting motion back into the gash that he's already opened up, trying
you're
to.
going for the same cut.
Oh yeah. No,
Not
he's
a called shot, but making the attack.
Oh yeah, no, he's.
The intent is there.
Yeah. No, I don't need to take aim. I'll just do a normal attack. I'll just do normal attack with in a manly voice. Ooh, that is going to succeed. That's a crit success. That's a 44.
I can do nothing about this. Roll damage.
Good job.
So that's going to be.
Get it in the box.
Why
in the hole.
You just drop
I'm
it.
sorry. I'll keep it as it is because it was low. So that's a 2. So that's still a 12 damage.
Beast. You're a fucking beast.
That's not even much on me. That's just because my weapon does 10.
I know.
Zeke steps forward, using his shield as kind of a blinding, hiding his attack. Before he lifts it, tables it, means making it horizontal, and stabbing forward underneath it, and then with both hands, cuts down and across, the blade entering in through the center, right below the sternum, and then cutting down and across his just whatever is left of internal organs spills out onto the ground. It's all this it's a pile of yellow, green and blackened blood, sick blood pouring out onto the ground as crumples to the floor, dead and bleeding out.
Oh, wait, I can get blood in my eyes.
You shouldn't
You want blood? I'll give you blood.
have.
All right,
So is the doctor's turn?
it is the doctor's turn.
Or couldn't you go if you want to?
Yeah, all three of you, all 3 activations. Sable hasn't gone yet this turn.
Yeah. I can shoot at the one at range.
Nope.
No, I can't.
You fired your pistol already. You'd have to reload it. You're currently No, you're not engaged.
No,
You
I'm not.
could reload
Yeah.
it. What is the reload on your pistol? What is the load?
Load, you wrote down 3 AP, 6 shots, comma 1.
It would take you a full turn to reload your pistol.
Yeah.
Still might be a...
useless.
Well, it's not useless. It would still be good to reload it, though, I think.
Oh, I mean, if I did 3 AP reload, then used a fortune for an additional AP, then I could take a shot.
Yes.
Sure, we got it to spend.
Yeah, you
It's
could.
the end of the night.
All right.
Sure.
Okay.
Roll it.
6. Okay, I succeed.
I can't dodge it because
No,
it is
it's a
gunpowder.
fucking gun. Yes.
I can't do anything about it.
Because gun.
6. Oh, yeah, 5 plus 6 damage. So 6. 11.
11. That's...
Panic fucking loading.
Don't even have to worry about rolling for injury. Because that was the one that had been hit by the magic missiles. The round enters just below its nostrils.
Oh.
And you see
Nostril
the
slits.
cavitation create a spray of thick red, a dark red, almost like just, it's more brown.
Like oxidized already.
Oxidized blood just flies into the air, splatters the wall behind him as he actually, his head snaps back and then goes forward from the force of all of that viscera leaving the back of his skull, slams forward to the ground. Yeah, no. The other one, I'm gonna spend a misfortune point. And the other one grabs the spear, holding the bow in one hand, the spear in the other, and turns and bolts into an alleyway nearby, running from the combat. Resolve tests. Once certain things happen, you make resolve tests, and they had actually somehow they have shitty willpower, but I rolled a couple of like in the 10s, in the 20s resolve tests for the first two that died, and this just now, not enough. He bolted, leaving you standing over the bodies of 3 Ghoul, monsters of folklore and legend, a curse to everyone, maledictori. Some of the residents of this city, leaving you to move on to the tour, but we'll have to do that next time on Ghost Reveries of An Domhan. That is the end of our show tonight. That's it for us tonight, folks. Thank you so much again for your generosity. I have been Connery. With me has been
Cake.
Just Kevin.
Angeline.
We'll see you guys next time. And until we see you again, thank you. And remember to always stay evil. Good night, everybody.